from the delegation of SALGA.
Good evening, Chair. Lesejadi Khale here, representing SALGA, NEC member. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, leadership. You come, FFC.
Yes, good evening, Chairperson. We are here as the commission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Co-Chair Ndlovu, I think we are ready to start with our business. Let me hand over to you.
Good evening, Chair. I just spoke to Dr. Mangwenya, our secretary to the committee, who indicated that the minister will be joining us. Can we just at least just allow him 2 minutes and so that we can be able to start with the meeting? Because if you see his the presentation from the National Treasury is the first one, Chair. Thanks so much.
Hi, Chair. I just admitted Minister Kotongwan.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mangwenya. Is the minister on the platform?
Yes, Chair.
Okay. No, thanks very much, Minister. Thank you. We couldn't start because we knew that you were going to join the meeting. And good evening, Co-Chair, Honorable Kaunda, and honorable members, colleagues from the Select Committee on Finance and Select Committee on Corporate Governance and Traditional Affairs, Minister present here, Minister Kodongwana, and Minister Sabisa, the SALGA delegation, the Deputy Minister Sarupen, and so you, as you were greeting us earlier, the SALGA delegation and the FFC, also here, Dr. Baba, and also the officials from the National Treasury, the COGTA, SALGA, and FFC. On behalf of the committee, being the Select Committee Chair, Co-Chair, and the COGTA, I would like to welcome everyone to this joint meeting convened to consider the withholding of portions on the local government equitable shares by the National Treasury. The equitable shares is a critical source of funding that enables municipalities to fulfill their constitutional and legislative mandate, including the delivery of basic services to the communities. Any intervention that affects this allocation has significant implications for local government, service delivery, municipal financial management, and the well-being of our citizens. As the committees of the National Council of Provinces, we have a constitutional responsibility to exercise oversight over the use of public resources and to ensure that intergovernmental fiscal relations functions in a manner that advance accountability, transparency, and effective service delivery. It is therefore important that we engage directly with all relevant stakeholders on this matter. The purpose of this meeting is to provide the committee with a clear understanding of the objective, rationale, legal basis, and anticipated outcome of the decision to withhold portion of the equitable shares. We are equally interested in understanding the circumstances that led to the intervention, the measures being implemented to address the identified challenges, and the impact of the withholding of the affected municipalities and the community. We trust that today's engagement will assist the committees in assessing whether the intervention is achieving its intended purpose whether adequate safeguards are in place to protect service delivery, and what further measures may be required to strengthen municipal governance and financial sustainability. We therefore look forward to a constructive and informative discussion and encourage all participants to provide candid and comprehensive response to the issues that will be raised by our honorable members of the two committees that are on the platform. I think now, as the agenda is being flagged, Ndate Mango, you can flag the agenda so that our ministers and deputy ministers can be able to see it. I know that you have already sent to them. We can also go to the apologies. We'll request the secretary from the select committee on finance and also select committee on COGTA to also indicate if there is any apology, and you'll also go to the finance and the COGTA and SALGA if there is any apologies.
Evening, Chair. From the side of the Select on Finance, we do not have any apology, Chair. Thanks a lot.
Okay.
Good evening, Chairperson. From the SC on COGTA, we've got only two apologies. One from Honorable Badenhorst, and lastly from Honorable Molokume. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. And can we also check with the FFC if, or maybe they will also give them the opportunity, as they will be doing the briefing, to also indicate if there are apologies from their side, without any waste of time, because we had a delay from the plenary session. Can we now also hand over to the minister, as would be doing the opening for the National Treasury to do the briefing to the two committees? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Greetings to you, the members of the committee, colleagues, Minister of COGTA, I've not seen him, but assuming it's current deputy ministers that are here, and senior government officials. Let me start by saying, interacting with municipalities is not a one-day event. We interact with municipalities on a regular basis, and that interaction becomes get intensity as we around mid financial year in December, particularly as they prepare to do the adjustment. We do that virtually every year in terms of interacting with their budget system. And then we then selected about 100 municipalities on 3 issues. It doesn't mean each municipality had all the 3 issues, but the 3 issues we selected were the issues we think were the non-compliance by the municipalities. Non-compliance, that means you didn't comply with everything. What were the 3 issues? The first one was unfunded budgets. We selected a couple of municipalities that had unfunded budget as part of the package. We then selected a number of municipalities which have not paid their creditors. In particular, Eskom, water boards, and pension funds. Then a third non-compliance was unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Those were the 3 categories of kind of non-compliance issues which we selected. We gave the municipalities, about 100 of them, time to respond on those issues. Out of those more than 100, about 31 complied in terms of their response. Mind you, your compliance is the information you have submitted to National Treasury. Then we're left with 69. Mind you, when we gave them as those 100 municipalities, we gave them notice that if you don't provide the relevant information, you will have to suffer the consequences of us imposing a Section 216 subsection 2 on you, and also in line with Section 38. Parallel to this process, we informed the presiding officers of both the NA and the NCOP. Again, when we then decided to withhold from the 69 municipalities, we did a similar exercise and informed the National Assembly and the NCOP. The officials in Treasury are going to come back and explain that presentation which they are flighting now. So we then informed these municipalities and that we are withholding. A couple of municipalities, I'm summarizing it, and the officials are going to go into detail. Subsequent to that, a number of municipalities have complied fully, a number have complied partially, a number, about 28, have not complied, not because they didn't want to comply. I want to make that point, because in some media, they say these municipalities simply ignored. They did not. There were already a number of compliance measures they were trying to do to comply. We don't want, I want to give an example about Ngubaya Temba. Ngubaya Temba was caught up in a difficult situation where they were owed ESCOM. We required them to sign a contract with ESCOM. ESCOM wouldn't sign, which is not their fault. But I know, because I was trying to mediate between this. We're also helping the municipalities. I was trying to mediate between this municipality and ESCOM. So it doesn't mean they willfully did not want to comply. But we then decided that when we said we're doing this thing, we said it's not a punitive measure. Is trying to influence a certain behavior within municipalities. With the progress that we have made, we've decided that it is important, without negatively affecting service delivery, to, given the progress that is made, you can talk to ESCOM, you can talk to a Minister of Water and Sanitation. A lot of progress has been made in order to comply with payment in ESCOM and payment in water and sanitation. A number of municipalities have signed payment agreements with pension funds. At the time when we were finalizing announcement on the pension fund, only one municipality was still signing an agreement, as Masilonia. So progress has been made in this regard. And we thought we have achieved the desired effect of incentivizing municipalities to perform. And I think the step we're taking now, and the team is going to go with you in detail, the step we're taking now, we'll be writing to all the municipalities that have complied partially and those that have not complied, that are still attempting to comply, and saying you are given this period between now and December to comply. And we'll be circulating those letters to the premiers of the provinces, MSs for finance and economic and local government in provinces, so that they must assist us in monitoring and in helping these municipalities, so that by December we can be sure that everybody complies. With your permission, Chair, I would like to DDJ or whatever, or any other official she designate to take the committee through. Ohale, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Good evening, honorable chairs, members, ministers, DGs, and colleagues, and the chairperson of FFC, all protocol observed. As Minister has already indicated, I will take you through the presentation. I hope I'm audible, Chair.
Yes,
Yes,
you are. Yes, you are audible. Okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay, apologies. So these are the outline of the presentation, the matters that I will cover, and talking to the progress to date, and also talking to the areas on which we withheld equitable shares, such as status of unfunded budgets, particularly for this new budget that municipalities have started to implement from 1 July 2026, as well as creditors analysis as at 31 March 2026, which was a third quarter publication, as well as the impact of invoking Section 216, and also update the members and honorable chairs in terms of the kind of engagements we've had, particularly the day after we had issued letters, as well as the sections of compliance, particularly with regards to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, and the way forward. And we do have a table of annexures that will help committee members. I think ministers have already spoken to where we started, and we would have prior to this, as Minister said, issued letters in June to 99 municipalities to say we intend to withhold, and 30 responded favorably. And as well as then ultimately we issued another set of letters to 69 municipalities to inform them of the decision to withhold at a particular time. And just to say that maybe to give numbers to what ministers have already spoken to. So 20 municipalities complied fully, and they received their full tranche before 31 July 2026. And 21 municipalities as well had partially complied, and they received the partial tranche. And in the main, mostly was those who had payment agreements, and they were just sort of just perhaps coming back to us and say, this is what with proof of payment, because we required proof of payment before we could release the money. And then, as Minister said, 28 municipalities are the ones that did not meet the compliance requirements, but they did submit something. And just to make this point that I've seen these two reports attached to the meeting planner that has been issued, that we have submitted 2 reports to Parliament, particularly to the 4 committees that had requested them in the National Assembly. And the first report really is to provide progress on the implementation of Section 216 as of last week, and as well as also to provide report on our intention to withhold for national and provincial departments, because obviously they also owe municipalities. So we've provided that report, and maybe just to say that we've already written to provinces, and with regards to that, they have responded for the second time. The first letters went in end of April. They have responded at that time, but we're not happy with the response because part of it did not include the payment plan in terms of how you intend to pay these municipalities. And the example we've used is of one province saying, okay, we'll pay these municipalities over 7 years, which is not reasonable. So went back to the province and said, provinces, can you give us a payment plan which is up to the end of March 2026? So we expect that the provinces should have paid municipalities where there are no disputes. They should pay those amounts by 31st March 2026. And where there are disputes in that in particular, because of the 14 billion that, or 14.9 billion we wrote to them, only 6.7 said, no, the 6.7 we accept, it's our debt to municipality. And the remainder of that, they said, no, we have dispute with these municipalities. So, so in terms of the letters that were written, they've been given up to September to say, can you go and sort out some of also this dispute, because we don't want the situation where they will just delay and do nothing about it. So, and we have since written in early July, they have responded up to this last week, and we're analyzing that response in preparation for perhaps withholding the equitable share from September onwards, after they've submitted another report that we have asked them. With regards to the national departments, the letters were written in March as per the report that has been submitted to Parliament, and it's in terms of the Appropriation Act. So now that the Appropriation Act bill has been passed, we're going to use the sections of that to withhold money to their paymaster general, to national departments. And maybe on the municipalities, just to say that out of 69 affected municipalities, so 37 paid the creditors, which was Auditor General, SARS, pension funds, ESCOM, and water boards, and as per the signed payment agreements they had in place. And as ministers indicated, some municipalities had failed to submit signed agreements. But as he has indicated, making example with Temba is that not that because they did not try, but because of the disagreements they had with those creditors. And those are the 5 that did not manage to do that across, whether it was pension funds, water boards, and so on. And according to these creditors that was spoken about, as at 3 July 2026, there was an amount of 27.4 billion outstanding. And we can indicate that from this withholding process, 4.2 billion has been paid as at 31 July 2026. So now moving to the status of our unfunded budgets, and also maybe just to make this point that the reason withheld the funding, part of the reasons, one of the reasons was really the unfunded budgets that the municipalities would have had, particularly in relation to the adjustment budget. But what you're seeing on the screen is really the funded and unfunded budgets over this years from 2021-22, and you can see that with regards to 2021-22, we had only 145 municipalities that had adopted funded budgets, and 112 of those of other municipalities had adopted unfunded budgets. But if you look at 2026-27, we realize that the picture is slowly improving. We're at a point where now 173 municipalities for this new budget that municipalities start to implement from 1 July 2026, that 173 have adopted funded budgets, and only 84 have adopted unfunded budgets. And it means then we'll have to make sure that we work with these municipalities over this period, right to them, and ensure that they've got plans in place to ensure they correct this, so that by the time we get to December, perhaps there's also a commitment in place. Because one of the thing that we requested, or the request to the municipalities, was to say, please commit that from now on, the councils will, future councils essentially, because as you know, we are going to elections for November, future councils in municipalities will adopt funded budgets. And in terms of the numbers, in the 99 that we wrote to in June, there were 29 municipalities who their status have changed between main budget and adjusted. And as well as we look at the 69, also there were those whose status changed between main budget. So it means that by main budget, these municipalities, their budget would have been funded. But if when you look at the adjustment budget they tabled earlier this year, then it was unfunded. But as I indicated that all the mayors of these municipalities submitted a written commitment that in future, the councils of those municipalities will not adopt an unfunded budget again. But it means then with this 84 that we see of the main budget that was adopted now in May, it means we'll have to work with them to ensure that they correct that. And if you look at the creditors as well, I mean, it has increased over time. If you look at where we were in 2021-22, the situation was better, that creditors were owed 81 billion. And if you look at the previous financial year that ended 30 June, the creditors are owed 147.9 billion, which is quite a big amount. And of those big amounts, the major creditor is electricity at 79.4 billion, and trade creditors at 30.4 billion, and bulk water at 26.4 billion. But we do acknowledge that for bulk electricity, there's been a decrease, while others, as well as the trade creditors, compared to the second quarter. But it's quite concerning, of course, that municipalities continue to owe pension or retirement funds, and they owe 597 million. And if we look at provincial level, municipalities in the Free State has the highest outstanding creditors, greater than 90 days, at 41.7 billion. And we have noted that the inability to pay creditors is mostly related to the liquidity challenges that are facing many municipalities. So now when we look at the number of affected municipalities per province and how much was owed per creditor in particular, when you look at COGTA General, column 3, we'll know that when we withheld these numbers on 3 July 2026, COGTA General was owed 143 million, and then 34.6 has been since paid. But you'll note that there are challenges. For example, in Eastern Cape, nothing has been paid yet to COGTA General. And even in Free State, I mean, municipalities are owed 29 million, but they only paid 3 million. So therefore, I think as much as there's been payments, but municipalities still have to improve in this regard. If you look at the pension funds as well, the bulk of the amount owed are in Free State in particular, 1 billion, and they've only paid 20 million. As well as Northern Cape, 87.9, they paid 18. And Northwest, after Free State, is the biggest amount. They owed 316.9 million. They only paid 21.5. So there's really a whole lot of work that needs to be done here, because when municipalities owe pension funds, essentially they're impacting on the monies for workers or the employees of the municipalities, because they could have taken this money from the salaries of the workers, but yet not paid over. So it could have the negative consequences to those who are going on pension, as well as SARS. They would have taken these taxes from employees and not pay them over. So it's really a concerning thing, because the picture is the same as well for SARS. But if you look at ESCOM, I think that's where at least a big difference has been made. If you look at the 9.7 billion, and at least 2.7 has been paid. The only challenge here is Free State, Eastern Cape, and to some extent KZN, and Northern Cape and Northwest, where they have not paid a big amount. but the provinces have done significant payments is Gauteng, and in particular, the city of Johannesburg is the one that has paid this big amount. As well as on the water board side, they paid 996, but a whole lot still have to be done on the water boards as well. But given that the report we've received previously from DWS is to say that through withholding, the two water boards, Magalies Water and Val Centra, has been saved from going bankrupt. So essentially, the point that I made earlier that from the 27.4 million owed, 4.1 million has been paid by these municipalities due to the money or through the withholding of the equitable share. And this is the same information, but in terms of the number of municipalities that owed, either COGTA General, 13 owed, and 11 paid, pension funds 16 owed, 14 paid as we go, and SMS SARS 13 and 14 paid, as well as the ESCOM 18 owed and then 13 paid. But just to indicate that their total number of 37 municipalities that paid. So therefore, when you look at these numbers, it is that one municipalities appear more than once in this table. So you might not want to add all of them and say, okay, if you look at this 13 and 16 and another 13 and 18, and if I look at them, there seems to be numbers are more than 69 or 37, is because one municipalities would have owed more than one creditor in this regard. And with regards to the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, as soon as municipalities received the letters on the 6th of July 2026, that was informing them of now the decision. After they would have, some of them would have responded, some did not respond to the letters they received earlier in June. But some of them, like your city of Joburg and Ngwati, already contacted us to say, can we talk? Can we have a meeting? And part of it to explain what is required in terms of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, as well as others in the Sundays River Valley as well as the district in KZN, Mkanyakude, as well as the municipalities in Western Cape, as well as in Free State, Mpumalanga. So we would have met all these municipalities and to explain what's required, as much as some of them in particular, they never got to meet the requirements. If you look at the list that we have provided in one of the annexures. And also what we did, we had meetings with provincial treasuries to discuss support that is required to be provided to municipalities so that they can address these requirements. And as well as with regards to Department of Water and Sanitation, we also had weekly meetings to provide progress update on municipalities. And as well as they will also say to us, here's the list of municipalities we think should give them money so that they can pay the water boards because they've already signed. So there was that working together with regards to those. And in terms of what we required really on the unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, number one, with regards to addressing that, there was a requirement that there must be 25% reduction. And it's not that it's starting now. As Minister said, there were letters that were written in December, and they were clear in terms of what is required, in terms of what the municipalities need to work on with regards to this reduction, as well as the consequence management. So there were specific requirements or activities that were required, such as that reduction, as well as providing progress on how is this expenditures unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditures are processed to the MPEC, and then as well as the progress of any investigations that are being undertaken, as well as the reports that are being taken by impact to councils as well. So those were indicated in December, and I must indicate that the municipalities that excuse me, responded positively to the extent that when we wrote to the 99, they were not part of that because they even provided the quarterly reports right from between December and June this year or May this year when we're taking this decision. And as well as in terms of the consequence management, the activities that were provided, such as appointment of the disciplinary board members and the progress as well of referral of matters. So they needed to be provided as well as progress on the implementation of sanctions. But what we have found, if you look at this table on your right, is that with these bullets, is that what we found that there was a serious lack of governance and accountability based on what the reports that we have received, and lack of individual accountability and consequence management, and that councils have not exercised effective oversight. And then some of the disciplinary reports were not effective, and accounting officers as well have not fulfilled their financial management responsibilities, and as well as that there were not adequate reports submitted to council. So therefore, obviously, council was not able to do its work because they were not given by the administration, as well as criminal referrals not replacements, purposes not indicated. So those are the issues that we found. And just in summary and way forward is that we've already indicated that 20 municipalities received full equitable share, and 10 would have received the equitable share on 16 July already, and 9 would have received, sorry, by 20 July, and the last municipality received its money on the 27th of July. And the 49 received the full outstanding, and the 49 comprised of the 21 that received partial, and the 28 that had not made any, did not receive any partial tranche. So, and last week, Minister did announce that the National Treasury will release the funding by 31 July or starting there. And National Treasury could not obviously withhold for more than 30 days without parliamentary approval. And that parliamentary approval was expiring on Monday, the 3rd. So therefore, the funding needed to be released. And then in summary and conclusion, as ministers already indicated, we are writing to municipalities with conditions, and each letter will be specific to that particular municipality based on what they did not comply with. So letters also will be sent to premiers with those conditions, as ministers indicated, so that work can continue, as well as those letters being sent to MECs for finance and cooperative governance and traditional affairs within provinces with conditions. And we're saying that with regards to unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure and consequence management, many municipalities have not yet provided sufficient evidence. So therefore, we're going to be specific in this regard, and that we need to monitor this consistently within the deadline of end of September, that by end of September, 25%, or there should be 25% reduction, as well as we need to see that a number of steps have been taken to deal with consequence management, and we hope that all municipalities would have done that. And we just want to indicate that we've already met and had discussions with provincial treasuries, as well as SALGA and the Department of Cooperative Governance at technical level, on what is expected for a from support perspective to meet this deadline. So we're going to all work together collaboratively to ensure that we help these municipalities where they need extra engagements, like we have said, we have already met a number of them. If there's something that is not clear, we'll continue to do so. And in conclusion, the co-chairs was saying that going forward, we will require a parliament support to consider longer withholding periods for specific municipalities that continue not to meet the requirements, as we believe that the requirements are not that difficult to meet. There are a number of municipalities that are either rural or not having adequate capacity, like the urban ones that were not on this list. So we believe that each municipality can meet this requirement. Thank you, Chair. My presentation ends here. And as I've indicated, there are a number of annexures that gives a sense of which municipalities receive money when, including these 28 that did not receive any tranche. This is in the back of the slide that you might have received. With that, I'm gonna end here, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mayor Kgalaleetsang. Am I pronouncing it correctly? No, thanks
No,
very
Chair. No, Chair, you do not pronounce correctly.
much.
You tried, though. You tried.
Kgalaleetsang. Okay. Thank you very much. So I think, yes, indeed, we need to work together collaboratively. And by so saying, I'm now going to hand over to co-chair Kaunda to attend to number 4 on the briefing by the COGTA. Thank you very much, co-chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ndlovu. Greetings to Honorable Minister Kotongwane and Honorable Minister Hlabisa and the DMs. There was an apology. I'm sorry that I could not put it, Chair, from DM Dr. Masimula, who was unable to join us from COGTA. Then, without any further ado, but let's thank the Minister and the team for having briefed us on a detailed plan on the invocation of Section 2162 of the Constitution, and how the developments that we have been observing in terms of redistribution of equitable share to municipalities, which is highly commendable. Let's then welcome Minister Hlabisa to take us through on the perspective of COGTA on the matter. Thank you very much. Over to you, Bulawa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, co-chairs, for the opportunity, and greetings to Umadiba, Minister of Finance, the deputy ministers in the platform, as I have greeted your good self, the co-chairs, the honorable members in the platform, and all senior officials, DGs and DDGs, the FFC, which is also in the platform. Honorable Chair, DG Changana, who was going to join at 6:30, if not yet arrived, Dr. Naidu will make a presentation on our behalf. I just want to say a few things, Honorable Chair, for record purposes. And I want to start from where National Treasury concluded. We have had a meeting between COGTA and National Treasury where we found a common ground on how to manage the withholding, if ever any, in future. Because our view as COGTA, it could have been done better. We did not agree the way in which it was done. but we have moved a step further in our meeting and found a common ground and agreed that we will need to work together to ensure that when a stage of withholding arrives, it should be a collaborative effort based on a verifiable information and ensure that we do not miss the target. And in our meeting with National Treasury, we raised the fact that what is done to municipalities must be done to national departments and provincial governments, as well as under other entities of government that owe municipalities. Because it is not only municipalities who owe the government entities, but the government is owing municipalities, and a similar measure must be equally implemented so that the whole ecosystem moves towards the right direction of doing what is right, and we share a common view with the National Treasury that municipalities must comply with the prescripts of the law, and they must be held accountable if they are resisting in compliance. The issue of unfunded budget is our focus point because it is misleading if you adopt an unfunded budget. The issue, as the presentation of National Treasury highlighted the 3 areas that triggered the activation of the section, we fully agree. The only area where we felt it could have been done differently and better was when, if we collaborated and ensured that everybody in the system, including MECs for COGTA, premiers, and everybody was on board, and probably we might have not have reached a stage of activating the section. But now, Honorable Chair and co-chairs, we are on the same page with National Treasury, and we are going to be working together to monitor these municipalities towards the second allocation of the equitable share in December, but with equal energy to national departments and provincial government as we are approaching September. And that is where I wanted to comment, Honorable Chair, and DG Changana will comment, as he indicated, that Dr. Naidu will be one to make the presentation. Over to you, DG. If not yet in the platform, Dr. Naidu will make the presentation. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Good evening to you. Good evening to the Honorable Chairs of the Select Committee on Finance, the Select Committee on COGTA, to the Honorable Minister of Finance, our Honorable Deputy Ministers, Honorable members of SALGA and the delegation, Chairperson of FFC and her delegation, DGs on the platform, colleagues. The purpose of this briefing will be to provide an update on the administration of the first tranche of the equitable share for the financial year that we are in. It will also touch on the debt owed to municipalities by organs of state, and these matters were referred to or mentioned in the invitation that we had received when asked to come and brief the committee. The presentation you will see in many aspects is an extension of that which has been presented by our colleagues from National Treasury. It is structured as follows. First, we will deal with the background to the transfers, the first tranche transfers. Secondly, we will then touch on the debt owed to municipalities by organs of state as at the end of March of this year. Thirdly, we will just outline proposed additional interventions to support municipalities in financial distress. And then lastly, we will propose some recommendations for consideration by the select committees. So much of what will live in the background would be factual in the sense that it will explain the total equitable share allocations for the financial year that we are in, the first tranche transfers, the withholding under Section 2162 of the Constitution. It will also talk to the progressive release of the withheld funds, and which we had done through amended payment schedule. So I think it's also important to understand that the Department of Cooperative Governance is where the equitable share resides, and the manner in which we make those releases is on payment schedules that we would receive from the National Treasury, which would indicate what and how much would be transferred to which municipalities. So as you would see in this slide, the total equitable share allocation for the year that we are in is just over 110 billion rand. And in terms of the DORA, of the Division of Revenue Act, each municipality's equitable share is set out in Schedule 3 thereof, and that the national department, being the Department of Cooperative Governance, must transfer each municipality's share into its primary bank account. So the first tranche was scheduled for the 8th of July and amounted to just under 46 billion rand, representing just under 42% of the annual allocation. The second tranche, which is scheduled for the 9th of December later this year, amounts to just under 37 billion rand. And then the third tranche is scheduled for March of next year, and that would be approximately 27.5 billion rand. I think importantly, and the significance of the first tranche is that it is the largest tranche, and it is also therefore very critical to municipal cash flow at the start of the municipal financial year, especially for those municipalities that rely heavily on the equitable share to sustain basic services. So against that background, I will turn to how the first tranche was affected by the Section 2162 withholding process. So you will see on the slide at the top, on the 1st of July, National Treasury approved the first tranche schedule, which reflected just over 28 billion rand for transfer to 158 municipalities. On the 8th of July, whilst just under 18 billion rand was withheld, the withholding had initially affected 99 municipalities. So you would have seen in the Treasury presentation that the Treasury had submitted an amended payment schedule, reducing the 99 to 69, and this revised schedule requested the release of just over 4 billion rand to an additional 30 municipalities. So due to the late submission of the revised schedule, DCOG's internal approval processes were affected, and then transfers were processed a day late. The point to emphasize here, honorable members, is that the department implemented the approved payment schedules from the Treasury and progressively released funds as municipalities were reported to have met the relevant conditions. Now, this is not a dispute about the existence of fiscal discipline, but it is rather about ensuring that the process is sufficiently verified, coordinated, and then also becoming administratively workable. So after the first transfers, further releases were processed as amended schedules were received. An amended payment schedule being received on the 10th of July requested the release of full withheld first tranche allocations to 10 municipalities and then partial withheld allocations to 17 municipalities. So as a result, just under 5 billion rand was released to 27 municipalities on the 16th of last month. Subsequently, another amended payment schedule was received on the 17th, which requested the release of full withheld allocations to 2 municipalities, partial withheld allocations to 13, and then the remaining balances for 7 municipalities in total. So this had resulted in just under 2 billion rand being released to 22 municipalities on the 23rd of July. This slide indicates that a further amended payment schedule was then received on the 21st of July, requesting the release of partial withheld first tranche equitable share allocations. And then the amended schedule received on the 27th of July provided for the release of full withheld allocations to 28 municipalities. It's important to note here that these 28 municipalities had not received any of their equitable share funds since the withholding process had commenced earlier in July. The next slide, or table rather, provides the provincial breakdown of the first tranche allocations. So the transfers made on the 8th of July, the amounts withheld, and the amounts progressively released on the 9th, 16th, 23rd, 27th, and then on the 31st of July. The total first tranche allocation reflected in the table is just under 46 billion rand. Of this amount, 28 billion rand was transferred on the 8th, while just over 17 billion rand was withheld. Table also reflects progressive releases of 4 billion, 4.6 billion, 1.7, 22.7, and then just over 7 billion rand. So this confirms, let's say, the operational reality. The process required repeated amended schedules and close administrative management to ensure that funds were released once municipalities were reported to have met the conditions. This slide summarizes the department's proposed process for the future invocation of Section 216(2) of the Constitution. We believe that the Constitution mechanism is clear. The relevant section is important, is a very important instrument for enforcing compliance with prescribed financial management measures. However, the department's position is that the process must be procedurally fair, must be transparent, collaborative, and based on verified information. This is consistent with the formulation used in the earlier notes that we have gone through. The framework that we are proposing would seek to protect two very important objectives at the same time. The one, financial discipline, and then secondly, ensuring essential service delivery. The concern is the manner, timing, and coordination of implementation, especially where the equitable share is central to municipal cash flow and basic municipal operations. I would now want to turn to the second part of our presentation, namely the debt owed to municipalities by organs of state. It is a matter has been on the agenda, I suppose, for various departments, but in relation to the Department of Cooperative Governance, in an IMC on the Municipal Performance Turnaround Strategy. It is a matter that features there prominently. In fact, even yesterday, the matter served in that IMC. As at 31st March, as you would see in the slide here, organs of state-owned municipalities an estimated 28.4 billion rand. This is compared to 9.8 billion rand reported 8 years ago in January 2018, when the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure implemented the debt verification and settlement initiatives or project at the time. So this increase represents just over 18 billion rand, and of course is a serious concern. It means that while municipalities are expected to comply with their financial obligations, other organs of state must also honor their obligations to municipalities. So a coordinated intergovernmental approach is therefore required to ensure accountability for the payment of municipal services and property rates by national and provincial departments, and to also implement sustainable measures to address the growing debt to municipalities. This slide provides the breakdown of debt owed by national government departments as at the end of March of this year. I would not want to go through each department line by line. The key point here, honorable members, is that national government debt to municipalities is not a marginal issue. It is very much part of the broader municipal financial sustainability challenge. And here too, the department's view is that this requires a structured verification and settlement process supported by proper reconciliation between municipal billing records, departmental asset registers, and the relevant custodians of state property. This slide reflects debt owed by provincial government departments and other organs of state, also as at the end of March of this year. Again, the purpose is not to single out any one sphere. The purpose is to show that municipal debt cannot be resolved only by focusing on municipalities. It requires, let's say, reciprocal accountability across the intergovernmental system. So where departments consume municipal services or are liable for property rates, those obligations must be verified, budgeted for, and paid. Municipalities are going to be placed under pressure while still being expected to meet their own obligations to creditors, communities, and workers. This slide sets out key challenges and proposed solutions in relation to property rates and state-owned properties. The challenges include ownership disputes, inconsistencies in deeds records, different naming conventions for state properties, lack of agreement to lease agreements, state facilities on private land, and delays in vesting or transfer of state properties. So the solution must be a comprehensive property verification and reconciliation exercise that must be led by the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, but working very closely with the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development to align municipal valuation roles with asset registers and resolve discrepancies of ownership, occupation, and liability. Here we deal with budget constraints, billing disputes, incorrect tariffs, unallocated payments, interest charges, and inaccurate municipal reporting. So the proposed approach has two sides. So firstly, departments must make adequate budget provision for the payment of municipal property rates and service charges. This would promote timely settlement of municipal accounts and reduce the risk of disputes, penalties, and service interruptions. And secondly, municipalities must issue accurate and timely invoices, allocate payments correctly, conduct monthly reconciliations, and maintain credible billing records. So where municipalities deliberately or negligently submit inaccurate information in their monthly MFMA Section 71 reports, the slide proposes that the National Treasury should take appropriate oversight and corrective measures to protect the integrity of municipal financial reporting. So we believe that this is a balanced position. Departments must pay what is properly due, and municipalities must bill accurately and report credibly. So COGTA, SALGA, National Treasury, and the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure are collaborating to verify intergovernmental debt data, confirm outstanding balances, develop practical solutions, and coordinate joint progress reports. The aim is to resolve legacy debt challenges and develop a consolidated cabinet memorandum. So the slide records that the draft consolidated cabinet memorandum is intended to recommend that cabinet invoke Section 2162 against relevant national and provincial. So where appropriate and lawfully justified, we believe that it must also be considered in relation to organs of state that fail to meet verified obligations to municipalities. So I will now turn to the third part of the presentation, the proposed additional interventions to support municipalities that are struggling financially. The department submits that municipal financial challenges extend beyond just compliance issues. They include weak revenue collection, declining payment levels by consumers, high consumer debt, rising ESCOM and water board debt, aging infrastructure, etc. So these challenges will require differentiated interventions based on the circumstances of individual municipalities. A uniform response is just not going to work for all municipalities. Our emphasis here is that sustainable improvement requires a combination of enforcement, institutional support, improved governance, revenue management, accountability, and collaborative intergovernmental action. The ultimate objective must remain financially sustainable municipalities that are capable of delivering reliable basic services. So the department proposes a package of measures to strengthen financial viability in our municipalities, and these include strengthening early warning systems, improving our coordination, our collaboration between National Treasury, ourselves, provincial governments of COGTA, of provincial treasuries, and SALGA, accelerating revenue enhancement and debt recovery initiatives. So strengthening consequence management is also key amongst those, enhancing technical support, promoting differentiated support, strengthening implementation of financial recovery plans, etc. And I think many of these things were also referenced in the presentation that we had just received before this one. Importantly is coordination. So support initiatives must be aligned across all spheres of government to avoid duplication and improve effectiveness. Of course, we remain committed to working with our partners, National Treasury, SALGA, the Financial and Fiscal Commission, provincial governments, municipalities, all with the view to strengthening financial sustainability while also ensuring that we safeguard service delivery. In conclusion, we want to say that withholding of the equitable share allocations is perhaps a form of constitutional accountability intended to promote sound financial management and compliance. It should not be intended to punish communities, and the due process prescribed in the Division of Revenue Act must be followed before funds are withheld. Of course, the department's role is to support municipalities in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution. In fact, provincial governments and national government are obliged to do so. As indicated by Minister of COGTA already, both our principals have agreed to strengthen collaboration. The department has proposed a standard framework for implementing Section 2162, and at the center of it is collaboration, it is verification, it is monitoring, including early identification of where challenges do exist. Of course, recently, the department and National Treasury have also jointly briefed the relevant parliamentary committees on the withholding of the first tranche of the equitable share. The Minister of COGTA also recently presented the department's position at the COGTA MINMEC, where MECs and the President of SALGA are members committed to a proactive approach in supporting affected municipalities through effective intergovernmental relations processes. On consequence management, measures against mayors, senior officials, CFOs are governed by the MFMA and other applicable legislation. Department's position, we believe, should be enforcement must be firm, but it must also be lawful, it must be coordinated, it must be evidence-based, and then also sensitive to service delivery. As I move to the recommendations, we want to propose and recommend to the committee that the contents of the presentation just made be noted, to note the progress, the developments relating to the transfers and the withholding of the first tranche of the equitable share, and to note also that transfers have since been transferred to municipalities concluded on the 31st of July. To also note the contents relating to debt owed to municipalities by the organs of state, and note the proposed additional interventions to support municipalities in distress. Honorable Minister, I will stop here. I'm not sure if DG has joined, but if he has not, I hand back directly to the Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister Hlabisa and Dr. Naidu, for the comprehensive and detailed perspective and report, which update us and the proposal that we have tabled before us. Without any further ado, before I request my co-chair to take over, let's call SALGA, Councillor Dechal, to lead us on SALGA perspective on the matters that are before us. Over to you, Honorable Councillor.
Thank you very much, co-chairs, for the opportunity for SALGA to be able to engage with both the committees. And good evening to yourself and honorable members who are representing both committees, both the Minister of Finance and Minister of COGTA and their deputies. We also want to greet the FFC, and we also want to greet everybody who's on the platform at this point in time. We want to take this opportunity as SALGA to firstly thank the Department of COGTA's approach that has helped us in engaging including the FFC's understanding of the current situation that local government is facing. Their clarity and their leadership in this regard must be appreciated, and we must say so to the committee that FFC and COGTA has been very helpful to local government in terms of managing the current situation that we're facing. As SALGA, we want to state that to these committees that the current challenge is not something that has happened overnight. It has historical and current challenges that we should always look at. Historically, we know that as we started local government in terms of the white paper, the assumptions that were taken then that municipalities must cover 90% of their revenue through their property rate and service charges has not been the correct way to deal with situations. If you look at some of our municipalities, we don't even have property rate because generally if the departments are not paying, nobody else has to pay that, looking into the current state of ownership of land in our rural municipalities. So historically, then it tells you that you have a structural challenge that creates systematic bottlenecks for local government to meet its own constitutional responsibility. So I'm happy that the review of the white paper is looking into that. Secondly, we know that currently, economically, South Africa is going through a challenge, a big challenge, members of the committee. For the past 15 years, I think the economy has been growing by 1%. That has created a serious economic challenge for business and communities. If you look at what the communities are owing municipalities, around 400 billion plus. So that tells you of the current systematic challenges that local government is going to have to face. That has nothing to do with local government directly. So as we are dealing with these matters, it is good to have a broad understanding of the material condition and situation that local government has to operate in, so that as we take decisions, we are able to be mindful of the need for accountability, which as SALGA we support. Accountability is very important in order for governance to be respected by all stakeholders, including our community. But that accountability must be buttressed at all material times by issue of support, engagement, and collaboration. So it is very, very important that we are able to raise those matters, because it will help, as we'll be doing our presentation, for the committee to understand what is necessary to deal with the current situation. We believe as SALGA, the current medication that is being meted out by National Treasury is wrong, because it doesn't take into cognizance of those structural and systematic situations that are facing local government. For us, we believe that in future, it will be good that as we engage as the three spheres of government in this process of building local government is still a new kid in the block. It started democratically in 2000. So the objective should be, how do we build and make it into a proper functioning sphere of government that will help in dealing with issues of service delivery. Because if you look at the withholding of these grants, you look at the municipalities mentioned by National Treasury: Northwest, Free State, Eastern Cape, KZN. Those are seriously depressed economically areas. It tells you automatically that the current challenges of unfunded budget or underfunded budgets, obviously due to the material condition, it will happen. So it is important that we all agree, as indicated by COGTA's presentation, that the collaborative way forward to deal with the current challenge overall, because all of us are facing the challenge of debt. For example, as I'm closing, Chair, if you look at ESCOM's challenges in areas that historically they are providing electricity, the fact that they were not even paid, they even went into a process of load reduction, because you'll find in areas people were paying 40%, 50%. So the issue of debt recovery is not a challenge peculiar to local government. It's a challenge that is being, in a way, necessitated by the current economic condition. So that is why understanding and correct analysis of the situation is necessary moving forward. I will allow Lerato to take us through the gist and the details of the presentation of SALGA at this point in time, Chair. Thank you very much. Over to Lerato.
Good evening to the honorable co-chairs. Good evening to the ministers, the deputy ministers, the chairperson of FFC, commissioners and colleagues. So I think I would want to just add as an emphasis that SALGA is committed to and wants municipalities to comply with the norms and standards, and is supporting municipalities to ensure that they avoid the invocation. Secondly, our presentation will look at the issues that the chair had indicated in terms of the structural and the systematic challenges that also contributes to some of the challenges that resulted in the invocation. Chair, I think some of the slides, because either National Treasury or COGTA had already elaborated on, I might miss some of I might jump some of those slides because I think it was well articulated and elaborated on, but I will indicate in terms of the issues. So I think in the why we chose this to categorization is to just see to emphasize that the issue was spread across all categories of municipalities, but I think small towns were the most affected by the invocation, where 41 of them were the ones that were withheld. But it's just to show that the issues are spread across all categories of municipalities, which is something that I think it's to also be noted. We would want to also emphasize the impact that the invocation may have if it's the impact on residents and communities, the impact on poor and indigent households, how they will be exposed should a holistic and a sustainable intervention not come into play. The service delivery in terms of delayed payments with regards to materials that are needed to support those communities. The emphasis is also on the rural and low rate, which are small town municipalities who have low economic base, low revenue base, and high indigent and limited credit control collections in those municipalities. So some of I think I've already elaborated the risks that are associated with it in terms of the cash flows, because municipalities, when they budget based on what they will receive from government and what they will also generate themselves. As a result, make commitments in terms of those budgets. And I think I've already emphasized on the issue of basic services, but there is also the pressure to make sure that municipalities' governance are strengthened where there are weak financial controls reporting and consequence management, which is what National Treasury had emphasized. But I think fundamentally is the public confidence and the branding of local government in terms of when this is withheld, there is going to be those implications of communities continuing not to trust municipalities and the reputational damage that will continue. That will also likely to affect other areas such as revenue collection. And I think what we are proposing in terms of the mitigations of such risks is that we, let me just do this one, sorry, Chair. So time-bound payment plans and payment plans that are really backed by sorry, Chair, verified in terms of the cash flows of municipalities, because we have seen some municipalities overcommitting themselves and not being able to sustain those payment plans. And we need, as a mitigation, we would want at all material costs that there is protection of the front line and ring-fencing of the revenues in terms of making sure that there's operational continuity in terms of basic services. There needs to be differentiated support with regards to how governance can be strengthened in those respective municipalities. And I think they have already emphasized on the issue. Co-chairs, I think what we wanted to emphasize, and this is contributing to the structural challenges that may contribute to the unfunding of budget and payments of particularly bulk purchases, as well as sustaining salaries in municipalities. In rural and small towns, this is the current picture that we have, honorable members, that the red component here, it shows that is the economic center of those rural and small towns, which is quite insignificant compared to the aerial jurisdiction of the municipalities. And in those small or rural towns, there is a small portion that is the billable areas where municipalities bill the services and property rates in those areas. There is also a part where there is quite a significant area where there is communal land or land that is not billable, which continues that municipalities are obliged to service in those areas, but not necessarily billing any revenue or collecting any revenue. Most of those areas are provided by ESCOM in those areas. And in terms of water, the districts are water service authorities in those areas. So the revenues of those municipalities are quite limited. And as I indicated in the initial slide, that 41 of those municipalities in small towns were affected. The issue is also, there is also revenue pressure in metros that we have seen in a number of years now, where affluent areas where there is primary revenue base of those metros, collections are becoming increasingly challenging for the metros. And I think we have seen that in areas such as informal settlements have been growing at a much faster rate due to the migration in cities for citizens of the country looking for economic opportunities in such areas. We have seen that in the urban centers of those metros, there is a deteriorating infrastructure due to the high demand in terms of the large number of the increase in the population into those areas that the infrastructure cannot absorb. What we have seen in some metros where industries have been downsizing and have been reducing their business activities, which affects revenues of those metros. We have already emphasized the issue of high concentration of poor households and increasing informal settlements in those areas. But one of the pandemics that metros have been experiencing is the issue of illegal connections, which is really putting pressure in the ability for metros to meet their commitments to water boards as well as Eskom. And I think Johannesburg has been one of the metros that has been invoked, which is also experiencing those challenges. Co-chairs, I think the chair has already emphasized the issue of the legacy issue of amalgamation of municipalities, where we have seen where municipalities were predominantly performing well were merged with weaker non-performing municipalities, and as exacerbated the challenge of and increased the financial distress of the combined or merged municipalities. The issue of tariff timing and approval, chairs, we have been emphasizing this issue where NERSA grants Eskom higher annual increases that municipalities are not able to are not approved in some instances, and in some instances are unable to transfer those increases to their consumers due to the affordability factor of their customers. The other issue that we wanted to emphasize, there is the 3-month lag in terms of the approval. As we know that Eskom's tariffs are approved in April, whilst municipalities implement their tariff increases in July. So municipalities have to absorb those increases, that 3-month increases that they are unable to transfer to their consumers. The issue of seasonal tariffs, co-chairs and honorable members, has been the issue of time of use that is higher in winter. In some municipalities, we have seen that the account doubles for a period of 3 months. So from June, July, August, the accounts doubles. However, the municipalities, because they do not have this time of use, they are unable to recover that, and that contributes to the escalating debt that municipalities continues to incur. Most municipalities have not really matured to a stage of implementing time of use. We have helped all municipalities to comply with the court order in terms of cost of supply, but there is a challenge of municipalities not being able to fully implement those cost of supply studies because of the affordability factor that comes with increases in their tariffs. Limited influence on bulk tariffs. Honorable co-chairs, the issue of the bulk tariffs, we have been lobbying, and we've been knocking in terms of the bulk tariffs that are high. Municipalities have declared disputes. We currently do not have a dispute mechanism that has helped any municipalities. We have been calling for the establishment of the economic regulator in terms of addressing the issue of bulk increases and misalignment in terms of the approvals, as well as disputes that may arise as a result. I think this has been emphasized, but what we wanted to emphasize is when we engaged on the issue of the 4 key areas, that is compliance areas that National Treasury has emphasized. When we engaged municipalities, some of the issues that we picked up and municipalities has raised was the high water and electricity distribution losses. And we are aware that these losses, in most cases, they can never be recovered. The municipality did buy those bulk from water boards as well as Eskom. However, in terms some of that energy and water has been lost. And we have seen again that collection rates have been declining in most municipalities. The norm is that municipalities need to collect 95%, but we have seen in smaller municipalities that an average is around 70%, and in rural municipalities, in some instances, they are less than 50%. So meaning that there is that challenge at billing or a generating of revenue, but also at a collection of revenue. The other issue is, and this has come out also in the engagement with regards to the municipal debt relief program on electricity, where municipalities are unable to fully implement credit control because those areas are currently distributed by Eskom, and due to legal cases, legal framework, Eskom is unable to implement that credit control on behalf of municipalities. We have seen a spike. Municipalities have emphasized the issue of the high salary bill, which the bulk purchases and salaries are the largest, contributes to the largest share of the operational cost, and have been unsustainable in recent years. And municipalities have also shared that the payment terms that have been presented with in some instances have been unsustainable and unaffordable. And what we've also picked up is in some instances they were not necessarily backed by proper analysis in terms of what can municipalities sustain and maintain and increase in terms of settling the debt over time. UIFW, I think they have emphasized in terms of, and National Treasury emphasized in terms of legal cases that sometimes were not indicated in the reporting. Municipalities have said that in some instances where they want to take action or implement consequence management, there are legal cases instituted against them. And we note that as there are efforts to reduce, there's still a challenge in terms of prevention that municipalities are struggling with that should also be prioritized. And some municipalities just indicated in terms of the communication between the time the notice, I mean the invocation is it happens and the time the payments are released, there's still a bit of a challenge in terms of communication or consistent feedback that is being provided. I will not emphasize on this issue, Honorable Co-Chairs, but just to emphasize that with on COGTA's points, that when municipalities are expected to pay creditors, the issue of dispute is discussed after municipalities make commitments to pay. If that is the approach that is taken to municipalities, we seek that the Parliament and National Treasury consider that the issue of dispute also be addressed in the same manner as how municipalities are expected in terms of commitments to payment for those departments that are owing municipalities. Chair, I think this is just the support that we've been providing at the time of the invocation. But I think what we wanted to emphasize in terms of the structural issues is the issue of the need for cost of supply studies that seeks to advise municipalities in terms of cost reflective tariffs, and also the issue of Section 78. This is a piece of legislation that helps municipalities to do deep dive assessment into understanding data and evidence-based diagnosis of their issues and how the municipalities can take decisions in terms of how to take those issues. It is something that we've also proposed in the DAA as well as the program, debt relief program, and this will also help all stakeholders, including Parliament, to fully understand what are the contributing factors in those municipalities that are evidenced and focused, and also will also help us in terms of the differentiated support that is required in those municipalities. The additional support measures that we've taken since the release, we have had engagements with National Treasury and COGTA in terms of what could be the way forward in terms of aligning that we all want municipalities to comply, and we all want municipalities to avoid invocation. But when there are challenges, how do we better support them? The knowledge sharing drive to better understand the revised Circular 68, because I think that is what National Treasury has been using in terms of assessing documentation that is received from municipalities. There is a need to really look into the payment plans that are currently in place in terms of making sure that is it payment plans that municipality can truly sustain for longer period of term, and how we can help municipalities not to default from those commitments. In the long term, we're looking to do a district-wide reduction and prevention capacity building. We are aware that there are currently the local government is going towards elections, and some of our councillors are preoccupied with campaigning, but we will try and see how we can best implement this one. Cash flow and expenditure modeling is something that needs to also be looked at, and how revenue can be ring-fenced to prioritize basic services. The issue of distribution losses, I think what we also want is just to analyze. We've analyzed what are the contributing factors to this losses, and how can mitigating strategies be put in place. But I think we need a national drive or a national program to deal with these non-revenue losses on both sides of electricity. And there is a need to do cost of supply studies for water and sanitation. Most municipalities have not done these studies. We will be embarking on a full-on induction and capacity building for our incoming councillors going forward. I think we have emphasized, but what we are requesting, honorable co-chairs and members, is a knowledge sharing, which National Treasury has committed, and how to better understand how they assess the data when municipalities submit documentation, consistent communication between notices when the notices are issued, withholding, as well as when there is a release, assessment of unintended consequences of withholding on already distressed municipalities, on provincial treasuries to verify the cash flow assessment that will back the commitments that municipalities have made, and ensuring on the FRP is implemented. This also includes support that will be given in provincial SALGAs. In COGTA and provincial COGTA, what we are requesting is funding for Section 78, particularly for municipalities that have been on that invocation list since last year, because there are serious challenges in those municipalities that require targeted, that require targeted and differentiated support. And it's only through Section 78 that we could have some data-backed, evidence-based analysis. We would like to request COGTA and provincial COGTA to check the implications of election campaign season and its implication on the achievement of these compliance commitments, because quite a lot of work needs to be done that is requiring DC boards as well as MPEGs, as well as councils to really meet the commitments that they have made with regards to the letters that they have submitted to National Treasury. I think we all agree that in this on the joint intergovernmental mechanism to resolve the dispute, to track them and also to unblock. I think that the ultimate goal is to avoid, but when there is invocation, how can we assist to ensure that municipalities submit all the required documents? But there is, we are proposing an early warning system through the Section 71 that will alert municipalities on a monthly basis or quarterly basis to know when they are not on the right track. Our recommendations, Honorable Co-Chairs, firstly, is to note the implications and the risks that may arise as a result of withholding, as National Treasury has emphasized that this is a current intervention that will continue in the near future. We are also have agreed in the technical meeting that we will also seek for alternatives that are available to ensure that municipalities comply, but also to ensure that there's other measures that can be put in place. Establish a joint mechanism comprised, and I think we had agreed in that meeting that we had earlier last week with regards to how we collaborate. Any future decision on municipal equitable share should first require a municipality-specific assessment. I think this is what we were aligning to, that Section 78 or a precursor to Section 78, the non-compliance, what causes those non-compliance, service delivery impact, and support needed in terms of an upholding cooperative governance. National and provincial government to provide targeted, practical, and sustained support to struggling municipalities in line with Section 154. And in this instance, we want to emphasize that most municipalities need hands-on support. And checklists sometimes are not really effective in terms of the support. So we would humbly request that if hands-on support and the capacity is available to assist this municipality, particularly the ones that have been repeated offenders in the lists since last year. Section 78 assessments that is required of the Systems Act. I think it might, Honorable Chair, we believe that this will also help other processes and other interventions in terms of data analysis and evidence-based assessments in municipalities and the required support that is needed for National Treasury and COGTA to ensure that the revised local government funding model is explicitly incorporating these issues in the white paper and also in the current review of the fiscal framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pasha and Mayor Dihale, the NEC member from SALGA, for these solid recommendations, submissions that you are making in dealing with the structural and systematic challenges that are facing local government in our country. Without any further ado, I'm hoping that all members from both select committees are noting issues for deliberations. We won't be having enough time to allocate, because we are a big structure if it's a joint meeting, to allocate more minutes for members to make comments, but we'll allow that process to unfold. Over to you, Co-Chair.
Thank you, Co-Chair Kaunda. And without any waste of time, I'm now going to request Dr. Mbaba to lead us on the briefing by the FFC. Thank you very much.
Hi, Chair. I've got two hands from Honorable Siwis.
No, Chair, I thought it's time for questions. Thank you.
No, it's we want to finish with the presentation, then honorable members will be given an opportunity to ask questions. Thank you.
Noted, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Dr. Mbava.
Thank you so much, Honorable Androvu, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Finance, Honorable Kaunda, Chairperson of the Select Committee on Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, honorable members of both select committees, Minister of Finance, Honorable Godongwana, Minister of COGTA, Honorable Shamisa, Deputy Ministers, Councillor Degale, leading the SALGA delegation, colleagues from National Treasury, the Department of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, and also colleagues from South African Local Government Association, SALGA. Good evening, co-chairpersons. Thank you for this opportunity. As the Financial and Fiscal Commission appears before you today, we appear in front of you today with regards to the matter at hand. We are appearing in terms of our constitutional mandate under Chapter 13 of the Constitution as an independent constitutional institution whose mandate is to ensure an equitable division of revenue between the three spheres of government. We are here on a matter that goes to the heart of that mandate, the decision of the 3rd of July 2026 to stop the transfer of the local government equitable share to 69 municipalities under Section 216, subsection 2 of the Constitution. We make this submission, co-chairpersons, subsequent to our full submission of the 17th of July to the joint committees. And our position has remained consistent throughout. Let me therefore state the Commission's position plainly at the outset, as set out in our submission to the joint committees on the 17th of July. The objectives or the intentions of the intervention by Treasury are sound because compliance with all laws and regulations is a non-negotiable, and non-compliant municipalities must be held accountable. However, the instrument, the equitable share, is unconditional by constitutional design, and therefore its interruption follows specific legislative procedures. The effectiveness of Section 216 rests on both the executive and the legislative arm working together in concert. Section 216 will not work effectively with the executive arm acting alone. Parliamentary enforcement is what gives Section 216 its teeth. On the 31st of July, the National Treasury released the 7.1 billion rands in outstanding equitable share funds still withheld from 49 municipalities. That release became compulsory under the 30-day constitutional clock because Parliament had not approved the stopping within 30 days of the decision. The funds could not lawfully be held beyond Monday, the 3rd of August, and their release followed as a matter of law. So the 30-day window is specifically for Parliament to conduct its oversight on the decision to stop the fund. The decision was taken on the 3rd of July while Parliament was in recess. The legislation, when it is invoked, contemplates a specific sequence of events. A motion is tabled, a schedule and evidence of non-compliance is also attached, which accompanies that motion. Parliamentary hearings are held because being heard by Parliament is different from being heard by departmental officials. And after that, a vote in both houses ensue to validate the stopping of constitutionally entitled funds. In this instance then, because time ran out and the suspension of the funds could not be sustained, both compliant and non-compliant municipalities ended up receiving their full allocation on the 30th day. There is also further consequence the Commission wishes to place before the committees. Because the decision did not come before Parliament, the question that Section 39 of the MFMA seeks to interrogate, which are, number one, whether the threshold of a serious or persistent material breach was met. Secondly, whether the stopping was rational, proportionate, and procedurally fair. And thirdly, whether the affected municipalities were heard, remain unanswered because Parliament was not there. So the decision was neither confirmed nor corrected by Parliament, because parliamentary consideration also serves both purposes equally. It validates a sound decision, and also it can remedy and amend the decision as well. So with those opening remarks, Chair, I will ask now the research team to just take us through their presentation, which is very short, and then I'll come in towards the end. Over to you, Chen and Tim.
Thank you, Chair. Over to you, Narcissa.
Thank you, Chen. Good evening, honorable co-chairs, honorable members, the National Treasury and SALGA officials present. Can you move to the next slide, please, Chen? Thank you. The Commission, on this slide, the Commission's assessment is that the evidence is mixed. 20 municipalities met the requirements and received their full allocation. National Treasury reported that 4.2 billion was paid to creditors under signed agreements. 49 of these municipalities received their allocations without a finding of compliance. So the Commission concludes by saying, where the intervention worked, it worked quickly. Where it did not, municipalities received the money after 29 days regardless. This is an instrument that produces an identical result for compliance, and non-compliance cannot over time drive compliance, but it invites municipalities to absorb the interruption and wait. Next slide, please, Chair. So on this slide, honorable members, the Commission is asking whether the intervention achieved its objectives. The Commission believes that the success should be measured by a reduction in unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure, the faster investigations, and improved governance. Also, the Section 216, subsection 2, should be accompanied by a stronger consequence management, improved provincial oversight, earlier interventions, support for institutional capacity, strengthen the municipal governance. Next slide, please, Gianni. Then what has changed now? The approach, the Commission has noticed that the approach has evolved. The original approach was the temporary withholding of the July local government equitable share, the immediate fiscal pressure, focus on enforcement, municipal compliance before release, and immediate sanction. But the current approach shows that the release of the outstanding July local government equitable share, continued compliance program, balance enforcement with service delivery, release despite continuing non-compliance, future sanctions remain possible. Honorable members, the implication of this is that the effectiveness of the intervention will now depend less on the withholding funds and more on whether municipalities implement measurable corrective actions. Key to note here, honorable members, is enforce financial discipline without disrupting the basic municipal services. Next slide, please, Jan. Then on this slide, we're showing the implication for financial sustainability and service delivery. Approximately 3.7 million indigent households depend on the equitable share for free basic services. The affected municipalities are owed 217.9 billion, while owing 97.4 billion to creditors. The Commission knows that the apparent surplus is misleading, as much of the debt owed to municipalities is unlikely to be recovered, whereas liabilities to Eskom and the water boards remain immediately enforceable. The 69 municipalities are not homogeneous. Some face structural revenue constraints, others require governance intervention and consequence management. The remedy should follow the diagnosis, where an interruption falls on residents rather than on the officials responsible. The instrument has selected the wrong targets. Honorable Chairperson, with your permission, I would like to hand over to my colleague Gianni to run with the remaining slides. Gianni.
Thank you, Nosisa, and good evening to the honourable members, honourable chairs, co-chairs, all protocols observed. From here, the Commission highlights Section 65 of the MFMA, and the Commission's of the view that the provision should apply symmetrically. So in other words, both downwards towards municipalities and upwards to national and provincial departments. And here the Commission specifically highlights that it is not until recently where an equivalent sanction was attached to national and provincial departments that are affected municipalities. Here, the Commission highlights 11.6 billion, the bulk of which is more than 90 days overdue. The Commission therefore welcomes the Minister's undertaking to extend the same enforcement measures in respect of defaulting departments and provinces. And the Commission emphasizes its view that whatever procedural safeguards apply to stopping the local government equitable share should equally attach to the provincial equitable share. And therefore, now it is very important that the procedure be clarified. The Commission understands that a correct process requires the completion of 6 steps within the 30-day period from the date of the decision. And the Commission understands these steps to be as follows. Firstly, that the power being exercised must be clarified. In this case, whether the action is stopping under Section 2162 of the Constitution or withholding under a separate provision, as this then is important for the procedures that follow. Secondly, that approval of Parliament must be sought, which stopping is then conditional upon. Thirdly, it is the Commission's understanding that a motion to stop transfers must then be tabled in the National Assembly. And fourthly, that the motion must be accompanied by a schedule of the affected municipalities with documentary evidence of non-compliance. Fifthly, each affected municipality should then be afforded a right to be heard before a decision is made. And in the Commission's final view, the final step is that both houses of Parliament need to vote on the motion, thereby determining if the stopping is confirmed or whether it is varied or whether it has lapsed. Here, honourable members, the Commission reiterates in terms of Section 39 of the MFMA that Parliament is the reviewer of a stopping decision. And for considerations here must be taken into consideration whether the serious or persistent material breach threshold was met, whether the stopping of funds was rational, proportionate, and procedurally fair, whether the municipalities' presentations on why they were not complying were heard, and whether, and in addition, the Commission also notes that with endorsement by Parliament, a stoppage can be sustained for up to 120 days. Then, honourable members, highlighting some key developments that have recently taken place. The next few slides highlight some key developments, and here the Commission would like to show that, highlight that some of the reasons why funds were released, namely the withholding period effectively ran for a month, that prolonging withholding could adversely impact basic service delivery, that poor households should not bear the consequences of municipal governance failures, and also that the release does not constitute a finding that municipalities achieved compliance. The Commission notes that Treasury has not reversed its policy, but as my colleague has alluded to as well, that the intervention has shifted from an immediate fiscal sanction towards rather a structured compliance and enforcement process, and that of conditional release combined with strengthened monitoring. On this slide, the Commission outlines the Treasury's compliance roadmap, consisting of the following timeline: that on the 30th of September this year, municipalities must submit necessary reports with supporting evidence and show progress in processing unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure. By 31 October, municipalities must demonstrate investigation of outstanding financial misconduct and progress in disciplinary processes. Then on the 30th of November, municipalities must show measurable efforts of consequence management, progress on recovery processes, disciplinary action implementation, as well as progress of legal processes. And then in December of 2026, performance of municipalities are going to then inform decisions on the next transfer of the local government equitable share. Finally, honourable members, it is the Commission's view that temporarily withholding of funds cannot resolve the underlying structural causes of municipal financial distress. Here, the slide highlights three aspects that essentially summarize the Commission's perspective. Firstly, that intervention demonstrates that constitutional enforcement mechanisms can be activated where persistent financial misconduct exists, and that accountability and consequence management remain essential for restoring fiscal credibility. Secondly, it is the Commission's view that structural causes of financial distress, such as unfunded budgets, weak governance, poor financial management, and inadequate consequence management, in addition to capacity constraints, weak revenue collection, and the accumulation of historical debt, all of these cannot be resolved merely by withholding. And therefore, from the Commission's perspective, sustainability in the long term will require a more integrated approach, combining enforcement, institutional support, alongside better oversight, consequence management, and financial governance. Through you, Honourable Chair, I'll hand over to my chairperson of the FFC for concluding remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Gianni. So, honorable members, the objective of enforcing Section 18 and 65 of the MFMA is sound, and the Commission supports it. The equitable share is unconditional by constitutional design, and that design serves a clear purpose. It secures the fiscal capacity of municipalities to provide basic services and perform their allocated functions. And the procedure in Section 216, subsection 2, with the parliamentary safeguards, the MFMA attached to it, is an enabler to enforcement. It is what gives enforcement its durability. So the key point the Commission wishes to leave with the committee is this. Section 39 of the Municipal Finance Management Act strengthens the National Treasury's intervention. Parliamentary approval validates the decision and can sustain a stoppage for up to 120 days. In the absence of the parliamentary process, the instrument is weakened. Any funds suspended must be released on the expiry of 30 days, and a suspension cannot lawfully be sustained beyond that point. It follows that any future suspensions, therefore, should be planned and timed so that the parliamentary process is properly engaged. That is a condition of its effectiveness. On those notes, Chair, I want to conclude our presentations. Over to you. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thanks very much, Dr. Mbaba. Thanks on the briefing by the FFC. I think now is the time for honorable members. Only the maximum of 3 questions each member. We don't want to take time on the questions. We know that we have been eager to get a report from the Treasury, the COGTA, and the SAUDA. Maximum 3 questions each member. So it means
point of order, Chair. Chair, yeah, sorry, it's Dennis Ryder. Rising on a point of order, if I may.
Yes.
Chair, we've had 4 presentations. To restrict members to 3 questions means we can't even pose 1 question to each of the presenters. I think that's incongruent. It's not right. So you know, if you're going to limit us, the absolute minimum that I'd be willing to accept is 4. Thank you.
Okay, 4 questions. Thanks, Ryder. At least 1 per presentation.
Yeah. So, sorry, Chair, maybe to be with you, it's not compulsory because it's not all members who will ask questions for all presentations, but let's limit our interaction to 3 minutes per member. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Co-Chair. Honorable Hassan.
Thank you very much, and good evening to all the colleagues on the platform. I was worried, Chair, because I'm not going to ask any question but make a submission. Chair, let me start by thanking all the presenters, but I must place on record my deep discomfort with both the process and the consequences of what we have just heard, especially from the National Treasury. Chair, I want to be direct that the equitable share is a non-negotiable constitutional allocation. And Section 227 does not say equitable share if you misbehave or if you behave. It says provinces and municipalities are entitled to an equitable share to enable them to provide basic services. The moment we start treating it like a disciplinary tool, we forget that the people who suffer are not in this room. It is the communities who get affected. The presentation, Chair, confirms that 69 municipalities were targeted, with 27.4 billion owed to creditors as at the 3rd of July, and only 4.2 billion was paid on the 31st of July. Creditors include Eskom, Water Board, SARS, pension funds, and I understand, Chair, that it is a fiscal imperative. We cannot keep bailing out municipalities that owe 79.4 billion for bulk electricity and 26.4 billion for water, while pension funds are owed 597 million. But Chair, in my view, the problem is how we got to where we are. Firstly, Chair, I want to talk on the process and the parliamentary oversight. This committee, and together with COGTA, Chair, we pass the 2026-27 division of revenue. We approved those allocations, yet we are only being briefed now after the Treasury has already invoked section 216 subsection 2 and withheld the July installment. My view would have been that the conversation should have taken place between us and National Treasury before the withholding, Chair. Legislatively, we are the ones that passes this budget. We cannot be expected to approve money in June and then learn through the media platforms that the allocation for July will be blocked and only receive a presentation in August. That, in my view, erodes cooperative governance and it reduces Parliament to an after-the-fact spectator. Secondly, Chair, Treasury says that 69 municipalities received the equitable share by the 31st of July, with 49 only paid on the last day. But what happened with those 30 days? For example, in the Free State, municipalities with 41.7 billion in creditors over 90 years. In Northwest and Northern Cape, where service delivery already collapsing. Did trucks collect refuse? Did indigent households get free basic electricity? But that might be a topic for another day. COGTA has previously and repeatedly warned us that withholding funds from municipalities with no capacity does not fix governance. It collapses services. When you withhold the equitable share, you are not withholding from the municipality. You are withholding from that old woman in the village, that child, and from that small business. What is that, Chair?
As the watch that indicates that 3 minutes is over. Thank you, Chair.
It can be 3 minutes. I'm also timing.
We are chairing. We are co-chairing.
Okay, let me leave it there, Chair. But I had recommendations, but it's okay. Let me leave it there. Maybe I will forward them to your good selves. I'll write on the chat, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Hassa. Thanks for the discipline. Honorable Sibisa?
No, thank you, Chair. This is a very sensitive matter, Chair, since we have been limited to 3 minutes. It means that I must cut off everything that I wanted to say. I want to check with the minister. There's an issue in Impendle municipality, and I see that the funds have been released. And one thing that I want to align myself with Honorable Lekwas is to say that cutting off funds is not solving any problems. It means that the communities are not receiving the services that they are supposed to be receiving. What needs to happen is to hold officials accountable. Now, Minister of Finance, there's an issue in Impendle where councillors were never paid salaries. They even got letters from SARS to say that they owe SARS, which is not their mistake. What is being done by that municipality? Coming to Pokwani municipality, which is one of the municipalities where the funds were withheld. The recent case is of the building of toilets at the graveyard. And there's corruption involved in that. What is being done about that? Chairperson, we need to come to reality to say that withholding of funds does not mean that we are solving the problem. For us to solve the problem, it means that we need to hold officials accountable. Intergovernmental relationship between the three departments. This is an issue that was raised in the 6th administration when I was a member in the Public and Infrastructure Committee, where we advised the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to say that you need to raise the issue of unpaid bills in the executive as we are sitting. We are in the 7th administration. We are almost 3 years into the 7th administration. None of those problems were ever resolved. We cannot sit here, co-chairpersons, and be told that there are departments that are not paying. Whereas the ministers are all sitting in the executive, they need to resolve their issues. Number two, if an official is not doing what needs to be done, because we've got a tendency to go to the lower structures of a department or in the local government, those are the ones that are held accountable. But the heads and the ones that sign off of monies and the corruption that happens in municipalities are not held accountable. We need to start at the top and go to the bottom. That's what needs to happen. I'm only disappointed, Chair, that we are given 3 minutes after we've listened to presentations from 6:30 until 9:30, 8:30. And then we are told that we've got only 3 minutes. Maybe we must schedule another meeting so that we must state our concerns to all the ministers that are here, including Salga. And I think the Minister of Public Works must also be invited to this meeting because we are speaking about intergovernmental. So 3 minutes for us to hold executive accountable is not a lot. We might have said, let's get the presentation and then let's log off. Because we are just getting presentations, we can't say what our concerns, we can't say what our constituencies want us to say in this meeting. And that is unfair because we are speaking about money from taxpayers. Some of them, their children are unemployed. They are relying on 350. And we are being told that we must stick to 3 minutes, whereas presentations went for 45 minutes. And then we are told that we must stick to 3 minutes. Maybe, Chair, what needs to happen now is to say that let's reschedule for tomorrow, and then we ask the questions and raise the concerns, because 3 minutes is not going to work. There's a lot of issues that are happening in local government. And if local government is not working, it means that government is not working. It can't be about national. It's all about local government. If there's no service delivery in wards, if there's no service delivery in local government, then it means that Parliament must close shop and we must go home. The injustice that we are being faced with today from both co-chairpersons or 3 co-chairpersons is not doing justice to our communities, because we've got a lot of concerns. We come from voter registrations, we engaged with people on the ground. There are a lot of concerns that they've raised, especially when it comes to equitable share and the lack of service delivery that is being provided by local governments. So we are not doing justice to our people that have voted for us to speak for them in Parliament, and we are told that we are limited to 3 minutes. So I would suggest that let's sit tomorrow and let's raise the questions that we've received from the ground, because we are not doing justice to that. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Ryder?
Sorry, Chair, before...
If there is any question that our members need to ask something, then we can still write it on the chat or you can send to the Secretariat. Honorable Ryder, thank you.
My hands
Sorry,
up.
Co-Chair. Before we proceed,
Honorable, yes, Co-Chair.
Before we proceed, so that will become fair to all members, because our assumption was that since this is a joint meeting, the numbers of members who will participate is bigger than the normal members in a select committee. But if members are saying 3 minutes is unfair, then let's agree that let's up it to 5 minutes, then we stop it there. Otherwise, our watches are accurate. We can give Honorable Lekwase her 2 minutes if she wants to come back, so that we'll have at least more time. Thank you.
Honorable Ryder?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good. Yeah, I was going to share the concerns about the 3 minutes, but I'm not sure that we're going to solve these issues in 3 minutes or 5. I think that there's a bigger discussion to be had here. But, honourable members, let's not forget, well, let's not get lost in what we're here to discuss. We're here to discuss the withholding of funds, which Treasury did, and I want to disagree with Honourable Legwase because absolutely Treasury has acted within the law. Now, lots of discussion has been had on Section 2162 of the Constitution, but no one's looked at 2161, which says that Treasury is responsible for making sure that monies are handled correctly by all spheres. Okay, so Treasury has used the tools, and the tools are available to them in the MFMA and in the Constitution, which clearly put forward the rights that Treasury has. Now, as much as Dr. Mbava is pointing out that they were limited to 30 days because this matter didn't serve before Parliament, you can't blame the Minister of Finance for taking the actions that he did. He doesn't during a recess period because he's not in charge of Parliament's program, is he? So let us now commend the Minister of Finance for the action that he's taken, because honestly, exactly what Selga said, what has happened has not come as a surprise to anyone. No one who's been paying any attention, Mr. Naidu, can say that this came as a surprise. These things have been discussed time and again, and we're not talking about withholding equitable share from all of the municipalities across the country. What we're talking about is targeted withholding where municipalities were in material breach of governance issues. They were given letters which told them what their problem was, and they were given an opportunity to correct those problems. So even if Treasury's lost a little bit of face because they've had to pay it out after 30 days, at least a strong warning has been given to those municipalities to say to them, hey, if you don't fit in, you're going to find out. So start fitting in. This is the issue. Now, Mr. Naidu, your presentation was incredibly misleading, and I actually took offense to your partial disclosure of what Division of Revenue Section 5.3 said. You very conveniently left out the part that says, unless Treasury instructs not to do so. So you then put out a classic straw man argument by putting up the issues of all the money that's owed to municipalities by provincial and national departments. Well, no, you can't say Treasury is not doing anything about that. In June, I put out a press statement thanking Treasury and congratulating them for withholding equitable share from provinces who owed municipalities money. They did exactly the same thing. I congratulated them then, I congratulate them now again, because they're doing the right thing. They're doing responsible messaging in terms of you need to have your governance in order. So we sit every time the Auditor General comes and gives us a report and we say, oh, municipalities are in such trouble and they're all so bad and so wrong, etc. Someone should do something. Well, now someone's done something. We should celebrate that. That's the reality. Mr. Naidu, debt owed by national departments actually bolsters the current section of the balance sheet, which should help municipalities to put a balanced budget forward, but they still present unfunded budgets. That's an accounting argument. I've got less than a minute left. But I want to talk to Selga and COGTA specifically about this. This is not a new problem. There is a thing called the Budget Forum, where both Selga and COGTA attend and are represented and discuss these matters with Treasury. Treasury's been sending these signals for a long time, and the Auditor General herself has also come out strongly talking about governance at local government level, saying that these things cannot continue, and yet they continue. Your members, if you are Selga, or the municipalities that fall under your auspices as COGTA, have cocked a snoot, as they say, to all of the warnings, demands, expectations, etc., and just carried on doing what they please. So let's be very honest here. The Treasury has done something that I think is commendable. They haven't broken the law, FFC. They've used exactly what they are permitted to do, and they've sent a very strong message. Let those municipalities now step in line. Thank you, Chairs. I have 1 second left.
You have nothing. Honorable Kaza?
No, I won't switch on my camera, Chair, because it's dark here where I am. I'm going to try and be brief as prescribed, but it's quite compelling to when you have a lot of presentations to delve and dive into issues. You know, throughout the presentation, we're told about the how much departments have been owing municipalities across provinces and so forth, and departments themselves. But little mention is made for the 105 billion that is owed by the private sector companies. Why is it that the Treasury is not saying anything about that? The fact that throughout the municipal collection rate, they can switch off those electricity and water that they owe to municipalities and so on. Why is it that what is the agenda to close some 69 municipalities off the equitable share, whereas there's Section 227 of the Constitution makes the equitable share a right of municipalities, not a bargaining chip, really. And what implications does the bloated organograms have on the unfunded mandate, and what is the National Treasury's solution on that, and what propels that? Because the minister concedes that withholding has adverse short to medium term effects on basic services. This is precisely the point. The enforcement tool punishes the end users. You see, you've got in those 69 municipalities, you have not even quantified how many people are affected. You see, in the presentation, you see, and you have not taken them into confidence that this is where we are now. This is how we took the decision against your municipalities to hold your officials, and therefore you do not get your services. There's nowhere where you are saying that you have taken the public, who are the end users, into confidence as to where you are in this process. There's nowhere. Then the enforcement processes focuses on UIF imbalances and reporting deadlines, but fails to hold individual officials criminal liable. Communities are collateral damage, while elites escape consequences. What measures will National Treasury adopt to ensure the accountability of UIF and misconduct misconduct attaches directly to municipal officials and councillors, rather than punishing communities through withheld transfers? You can go to any community and talk about what we're talking about here and see if they would understand you. All they are waiting for is the services in terms of Section 227 of the Constitution. So I don't know what is the agenda behind you, or a liberal agenda, to withhold rights that are enshrined in the Constitution, Section 27, and everywhere, rights to dignity, in Section 10, everywhere in your liberal Constitution, if you like, you see. Given what steps will the Treasury take to strengthen consequence management at the level of individual municipal managers, CFOs, disciplinary boards, so that accountability is personal and direct, rather than collective punishment, punitive measures through budget starvation, actually? How will Treasury ensure that the conditional release of funds translates into measurable improvements and service delivery outcomes, not just compliance with reporting deadlines? So this whole thing here of withholding must seek to strike the balance between holding the executive to account of the municipality, but releasing funds in order to deliver services. You know, it must not have
To conclude, Honorable Chair.
I'm concluding, Chair. Instead, it must not be like a person who does not have a sense of self-contradiction, you know, because he desperately wants to find a solution within a repressive system. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Mimalo.
Thank you very much. Have you seen my hand?
Thank you very much.
Honorable members, I've seen all your hands. Honorable Mimalo.
No, thank you very much, Chair. My greetings to your good self and the co-chairperson and all members, honorable members on platform. Chairperson, thank you very much for affording us this opportunity to say something concerning the issue of equitable share withdrawal, withholding the equitable share. Chairperson, I think this is a bit disturbing because I know of rural municipality who don't have cash flow, who don't have anything, that depending on the equitable share for day in and day out activities. So the other matter which I think it's also disturbing is the issue of just overnight we switch on our TV, the equitable share has been withdrawn to our community, to our respective municipality. We know that it is a challenge to say that most of municipality are not in compliance, but that once off to say today we are not giving you anything. Meanwhile, there are those municipalities, Chair, which have failed even to pay salaries to their employees. It is a shame. But we are not saying that non-compliance must be something that we accept it. It's unacceptable, but it must come in a way to assist those municipalities to move forward. Taking, for instance, the entities that are own municipality, we are quiet as the National Treasury to say how are they paying those municipalities so that they can be able to make sure that they do whatever day-to-day work, and also to say that there is I'm not so sure as to whether in their plan they have those plans to say in terms of the entities that are own the municipality, in the department that own municipality, this is the way to go so that they may assist those municipalities. Especially we are from those
I think she's muted.
Honorable Numala, I think maybe there is something, co-chair, maybe it's a network. Honorable Sart.
Honorable Chairperson, good evening. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Chairperson, I firstly support strict financial discipline and compliance with the MFMA. However, well, I was a mayor and I'm a constituency head at the moment. I remain deeply concerned that when the equitable share is withheld, it is the poorest of the poor that suffer first. And that is my emphasis tonight, not the officials responsible for the financial misconduct. Unless COGTA can demonstrate real consequence management through suspensions, dismissals, recoveries, criminal referrals, and personal accountability, this intervention risks becoming collective punishment instead of genuine accountability. Minister, National Treasury has identified weak political leadership, accounting officers who failed to perform their statutory duties, ineffective disciplinary boards, councils that failed to exercise proper oversight, and officials against whom little or no disciplinary action has been taken. Why then does government continue to punish entire communities by withholding the local government equitable share, instead of imposing direct personal consequences on the mayors, the municipal managers, chief financial officers, and other officials responsible for this financial misconduct? Can you provide this committee with the number of officials who has been suspended, dismissed, surcharged, referred for criminal prosecution, or held personally liable? 20 municipalities complied with Treasury's requirements, while 49 municipalities had not fully complied, still received their equitable share on the 1st of July. What message does this send to the municipalities? Minister, has you not created a situation where municipalities simply wait out the temporary withholding period instead of implementing genuine reforms? My question is, I've listened to SALGA and what SALGA did over the years, but what is the situation in our municipality at the moment? Is that now really what happened? Is that now, with the support of SALGA, and this is what happened now after 30 years? My question, how many municipal managers, chief finance officers, senior managers, or councillors has been suspended, dismissed, subjected to disciplinary proceedings, required to repay losses, or referred for criminal prosecution? If these numbers are low, how can government claim that meaningful consequence management exists? And then, Minister, do you acknowledge that repeated financial failure is often linked to the appointment or protection of politically connected or inadequately qualified senior officials? What action has been taken against municipal councils that knowingly appoint or retain officials who repeatedly preside over unfunded budgets, unpaid creditors, and financial misconduct? My last one, my constituency, Beaufort, was one of the municipalities engaged by National Treasury during this process. Can Treasury explain precisely which failures justified the withholding? Which officials were responsible? What disciplinary action has been required? And whether Treasury's distinguished between historical failures and those attributable to the current administration. Minister, many of South Africa's worst performing municipalities are characterized by repeated financial mismanagement, unfunded budget, irregular expenditure, and governance failures. Will you, Minister, support an independent national audit to determine how many municipal managers, chief financial officers, and senior officials in these municipalities meet the qualification and competency requirements, and how many were appointed despite lacking those requirements? Thank you.
Honorable Majola. Thank you, Honorable Sart.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Greetings to colleagues and the stakeholders who presented, National Treasury, SALGA, FFC. Madam Chair, let me join the queue of the members who uploaded the quality and informative presentation this afternoon. Madam Chair, SALGA highlighted the issue of the spatial planning, the previous spatial planning in terms of the cash flow challenges, in particular the salary bill versus other operational costs. It is true, Madam Chair, what the SALGA highlighted, well, when it comes to the source of the revenue. The 41 municipalities, the most affected 41 municipality are the subject of that challenge because they don't have rate base. At the end of the day, they need to hire more staff in terms of implementing the conditional grant, like roads, like whatever sort of grant they are. I want to check from SALGA because there was a recommendation to amalgamate the municipalities. I want to check what sort of the instrument, because the one that rings in my head right now to do that, it's only through the demarcation process. I want to check from the SALGA whether is there any other mechanism they will be canvassing in terms of addressing the issue of the previous spatial planning that they will implement before the next term resume. There comes the after 4th of November this year, except the demarcation process. The other question, Madam Chair, is with regards to the debt owed to the municipality. We can see 8 billion from the national, 15 billion from the provincial government, and all 4 stakeholders agreed that we need to use the intergovernmental processes here. I want to check, they've called it a technical committee. I wanted to check before we find ourselves in a similar situation. There comes the other budget, because one presenter mentioned this, that both these processes, whether we withhold, whether we release 100%, both it's got its own disadvantage, because it will be pointless for the National Treasury to keep on allocating fund or releasing funds, whereas we know for the fact that the municipalities do not have capacity. I want to check with regards to this technical committee as to how is SALGA, COGTA, and National Treasury are aiming to introduce this technical committee using the intergovernmental processes. The other concern, Madam Chair, is with regards to the major creditors. It's a bulk electricity, it's a bulk water, but there is one that is disturbing me, the pension fund and the medical aid. And I want to check from COGTA, and also maybe the National Treasury will come in here, as to when the pension fund and the medical aid is outstanding in a form of the employer's contribution. What happened during that period if there is a resignation, whereas the money is not been fully paid to the pension authorities? Do we have any mechanism to allow the retirement, the resignation, or whatever sort of withdrawal from the service in the municipal environment? What happened? Because I will zoom in the issue of what Honorable Sewisa highlighted. Impedle has not been contributing towards all these employers' contribution. What will be the case in those situations? Because they will go there, they will go to the hospitals, and then they will not be attended because there are shortfalls with regards to their contribution. The last one, Madam Chair, in support of invoking the same section 216, subsection 2, to the provincial and the national government. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Edward Jabulani.
No, thank you, Salo.
Okay.
Thank you, Salo. Now, the first question goes to the National Treasury or the Minister. whether they considered that the implications on the general conditions of any contract that municipalities will have or are having will also put them to serious debts if there are delays also in payment because of the interest that will accumulate as a result of the decisions of the executive or of government. But secondly, I want Chair to deal with a point which I guess it is missed by some people here. And I agree with Honorable Lefase and Honorable Suisse. You see, in terms of application of law, you can't do it without taking into cognizance the public interest. It is done within taking the public interest because it's aimed to protect collective well-being, social justice, and fundamental human rights. As you apply the law, if obviously it doesn't take such into cognizance, you will definitely see that you are wrong, unless you want to look at the restrictive way. But what Dr. Mbava was saying is correct, and we agree with it, and we believe definitely this was wrong, the way it was implemented, and some people must be held accountable. But secondly, just to emphasize on the purposive interpretation or application of the law, is that some people have already been affected or are going to be affected again in future if this mistake persists. We were in Bentley, and it was clear that some contractors are being owed, and this has worsened the situation. Their tools of trade have been repossessed, and these are small business people. And what does that mean? It tells you that, again, as a developmental state, we are reversing some of the gains that we are making in terms of dealing with issues of economic imbalances. Not only that we are indirectly taking those that were disadvantaged out of business, but also the area like Impendle, there are no any other economic activities except that the municipality is the one that delivers, including the issue of employment, including the issue of business with those that will enter into business with the municipality. So, in essence, you are indirectly sending our people down and back to below the poverty line, to really be treated as if they are less of human beings. We believe definitely this decision is wrong, and it shall be wrong again if it won't ensure that it takes the purposive nature of those provisions that have been quoted. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable COGTA.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you for the presentations. I just want to make a comment on all the comments that have been made, that all of a sudden when the equitable share have been withhold, all of a sudden there's no service and our people are in dismay. I think before the equitable share, there was half of these municipalities already that don't have services. So if you don't have the equitable share or not, there was no service anyway. You can go look at Mafube. It's a complete disaster there. Chairperson, I feel like now that we are trying to implement consequence management through the Treasury, and we welcome this withholding of that, because we are working with taxpayers' money, and the people that are responsible for these monies that needs to be paid to the third parties are the reason why the minister implemented that, so that we need to make sure that we deal with government as a business. And I want to focus very much on COGTA and on SALGA, which comes into their responsibility, because they're trying to shift the blame now to the Department of Finance and National Treasury for withholding this fund. But today was the first time in our select committee since this administration started that we dealt with Section 47 reports to the NCOP. Those Section 46 and 47 reports, annual reports by the municipality, and it says here, number one, chairperson, co-chairs, a municipality must prepare for each financial year a performance report reflecting, and then it goes on. And then Section 47, the municipality, the MEC for local government must annually compile. Those are the reports that needs to be analyzed by the CFOs, the MMs, the mayors, the MECs, and the provincial government before we can, then that's where you identify where we have financial problems. And that those things are not being submitted. And that's the reason why we are here. Now that we are implementing a constitutional mechanism, when local government, provincial government fail, now all of a sudden it's wrong. These are the reasons why we have Section 139 interventions. And if you're going to go look, co-chair, of all of these municipalities where equitable share have been withheld, most of them are Section 139 interventions. And what did the MECs, the provincial MECs do to prevent it from going back? We just had our debate on Parliament to the People, and if you could look at Kevin Kahuna, we were, and Parliament was there in 2008. It actually has gone worse as we go on. It's because we don't follow these early warning systems that built in. And then from these Section 46 and 47 reports, then you go to the Municipal Systems Act, then it goes to the MECs of local government to invoke Section 105 of the Systems Act to implement regulations, mechanisms, so that we can have proper financial management, we can have accountability, and then we can have consequence management. Then the Minister of Finance and National Treasury don't have to withhold equitable share. It's because we do not follow legislation that's already there to our exposure that we can make sure that this collapse is happening. It's because there's no political will. Because everybody, again, yesterday, as we had the presentation when we were talking about this, and the minister said, oh, but some of these people are new in these roles. And no, we should not have excuses for people to be new in these roles. We're talking about service delivery. We're talking about dignity. We're talking about people that have to live in sewage and water outages, that you can go across the Free State. People have been experiencing water shedding since Machabeng has been experiencing since 2021. Parts of Maluti Upper Fong haven't had water for 10, 20 years. So it's not Section 216 of the Constitution that is the problem. It's local government that's not using legislation, the Systems Act, the Municipal Finance Act, so that we can prevent this. That the Constitution evoking of Section 139 and Section 216 is the absolute last resort before we get there. So I think that is the job that SALGA is supposed to do. SALGA is supposed to ensure that these Section 46 of the Municipal Systems Act and Section 47 is implemented and is presented to them. I can tell you now, when I was a ward councillor before I joined to Parliament, I do not recall once that a Section 46 report was tabled. And I guess it's for all these municipalities that are the equitable share has been held. So it's great that Treasury is finally taking control of our finances. So they need to take note of that. Thank you, co-chairs.
Thank you, Honorable Skelkocher. Honorable Bratz.
Thank you, Honorable Co-Chair. I also want to commend Treasury for taking decisive action against
non-performing, non-compliant, and failing municipalities in terms of their constitutional powers. These communities, and we have to remember this, these communities is not suffering because of Treasury's intervention, but they are suffering because of mismanagement of public funds by failing municipalities. This intervention was in the public interest because these communities are suffering under the hands of the mismanagement of their own municipalities. If municipalities acted in the best interest of communities, this intervention would not have been necessary in the first instance. And therefore, I would like to know from the National Treasury whether they are considering expanding the use of performance-based funding for more frequent conditional withholding of funds against municipalities that repeatedly adopt unfunded budgets, fail to collect revenue, or ignore MFMA requirements despite receiving extensive support. Further, I would like to know from National Treasury if they believe that stronger and earlier enforcement of Section 216 of the Constitution could have prevented years of financial decline in many municipalities, and does it intend to intervene sooner in future where similar failures occur? Also directed to National Treasury, what measurable improvements has National Treasury already observed in the financial management and governance of municipalities following the temporary withholding of equitable share transfers, and what evidence demonstrates that the intervention is changing behavior? Because I fully believe that this intervention will change behavior by municipalities in future. Thank you, Co-Chair.
Wow, thanks so much, Honorable Brett. Honorable Mabebu.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. What are contributing factors for municipality to approve and adopt unfunded budget? Can the mismanagement of funds of municipal level be ascribed to ignorance of regulation of appointment of unqualified officials? Can Treasury capacitate MPEC? And then many municipalities have no functional MPECs. There are no support staff to analyze financial reports, such as procurement reports, Section 71 and Section 72. They only rely on CFOs who are conflicted, and most of the time. Does Treasury have any plan to assist municipal MPEC committees in this regard? Non-payment of municipal creditors, particularly ESCOM, Water Board, SARS Pension Fund, is a clear indication that there is a deep-rooted financial mismanagement. Municipal councils must take decisions on such issues. Now the question is, how is Treasury intending to assist councils on these matters? Withholding equitable shares is a double-edged sword. It deals with non-compliance. At the same time, service delivery is affected. How do we balance the act or actions? Revenue collection is a serious issue. It needs attention because the municipalities have now resorted to install prepaid meters, but still revenue collection norms are not met. Can be the underlying factors. I thank you, Chairperson. Good night.
Thank you very much, Honorable Lehwase. I'm not sure if you wanted to utilize the remaining 2 minutes. And Honorable Sivisa.
Please, Chair, I just want you to know that I am not defending maladministration, but I'm defending the communities. You cannot want to fix the municipality by switching off the lights of people or by not collecting refuse on the basis that there is no fuel for trucks to go and collect refuse. And Chair, in as much as members are raising issues of constitution and MFMA, we must agree that those also needs our parliamentary oversight, Chair. And I must agree that there must be accountability. The lack of consequence management, as some of the colleagues have already mentioned, and failure of councillors to exercise oversight, and the accounting officers not fulfilling responsibilities as outlined by Treasury is unacceptable. But withholding the equitable share is a blunt instrument, I'm still repeating, Chair, especially that it does not even differentiate between a corrupt municipality and a municipality that is simply broke because of unfunded mandates and poor revenue base. So, Chair, I suggest that as a committee or Treasury, COGTA, and SALGA must classify these municipalities. Those with capacity issues need support and intervention under Section 154, not punishment. Those with corruption must face criminal and disciplinary action against individuals, not collective punishment for communities. That's my party in short, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sewisa. Okay, Co-Chair, can we now allow the National Treasury to respond, then followed by COGTA, followed by SALGA, then followed by FFC. I'll hand over to Co-Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I thought Honorable Nxumalo is back because she was having 2 minutes, 30 seconds. Are you still around, Honorable Nxumalo? So that we don't close you out of the process? She got cut off. If she's not back.
Chairperson, I'm okay. I've been covered by my.
Oh, you are well covered. Thank you very much. Yeah, before we allow the ministers to respond to SALGA and FFC, maybe let me also make within 1 minute this comment. The President of the Republic, His Excellency, President Ramaphosa, recognized the structural and systematic challenges that municipalities are faced with, also not withholding the economic conditions, notwithstanding the economic conditions that our nation is faced with, which then led to a situation where members of the public are unable to meet their monthly obligations to pay for services to municipalities. As a result, indigent lists are growing on a daily basis. So with that, there is a process which has been put in motion. The president directed his government that there must be a review of what pay on local government. There must be a review of the funding model for local government. So I think the timing for this decision to withhold the equitable share for municipalities was wrong in that aspect, that there is a process in motion, and we are setting the new administration, which will come after the 4th of November, for failure, because they'll come to an environment whereby municipalities are dysfunctional because of finances and so on and so on. So I think that's where we should be taking this in that good spirit, that the consequences needs to be applied. We fully agree, but when you look at the implications, the end users here are committee members who are not going to get services. So I think that's what I think we are agreeing with Minister of COGTA on the approach that they must work together with the Minister of Finance so that we don't arrive to such decisions before we engage each other, as well as the role of members of parliament, which the commission have raised very sharply. So we fully agree with that. Let me head over to Minister of Finance, followed by Minister of COGTA, SALGA, FFC. Thank
you. Co-Chair, we're not going to deal with every detail that has been raised. the point I want to make is being constructive on in this discussion. What is the legal basis of what we've done? Dr. Mbava and the FFC have not contested that they agree that there's a legal basis. But they also say, given that legal basis, there's another instrument which must work together with what we've done. Parliament must work with us. I'll come back to that. So why is that a suggestion? I'm trying to suggest that the process is correct. What is missing? What is missing is something, we're all in an uncharted terrain. What is missing are people have referred to what is called the joint rules, which have got to be invoked so that the relevant parliamentary committees using those joint rules meet once we have informed Parliament. It is incorrect to say we've not informed Parliament. We've written to the presiding officers twice. That's how we inform Parliament. We write to the presiding officers. Then it's for the relevant committees and the presiding officers to make that a necessary intervention is made in time by Parliament. I think that's the point the FFC is raising. The National Assembly reacted on time. That's why we had a meeting on the 17th. So it was not trying not to inform, but the trigger is that the Constitution and the Act in terms of Section 38 allows us to trigger. But once we have triggered and informed Parliament, it's for Parliament to react. They may say, once they react, there's a process outlined. Once they react, they can say, stop it. So we have not at any stage tried to undermine Parliament. We've followed the normal procedures. No one is contesting that. Having said that, so I'm saying it may well be that Parliament itself reflect on what kind of joint rules that needs to be established so that moving forward, we can have a clear framework on how to deal with these issues. We support the view that the Section 216 must be invoked for all other spheres of government. We have made a deadline for all other spheres of government for them to comply, failing which we will also be invoking that Section 216 in relation of the other spheres of government. We accept that. And that process is going to be followed. There's no doubt that there are other structural problems that need to be attended to. But surely those structural problems need to be attended, not necessarily for the purposes of this meeting. For instance, what we're dealing with, the structure for financing local government, the tariff structure, timing between ESCOM and the municipalities. It's a genuine concern. It's an important structural problem which we need to address, but not necessarily in this meeting. There's a view, which we need to think carefully, is what are the instruments available to National Treasury and to COGTA and to anybody? For instance, one member says we should be able to discipline the senior officials in municipalities. Unfortunately, we don't have the authority to do so. The council has got to be the one that disciplines these officials. But if the council does not meet and take the relevant decision, it becomes a hindrance from our side. So those are some of the issues we need to be thinking about. A related matter is the issue of indigent policy. Very few, if any, municipalities have got indigent policy, which means even if there's no withholding of the equitable share, the indigent, there's no money that goes to the indigent. I think this issue of unfunded mandates budget, we must take it seriously, comrades. Oh, sorry to say, honorable members. Let me just make an example. 2 metros have stopped them. They want to employ extra metropolis. When you ask where's the budget, they don't have. What is going to be the implication of that? Once you employ these people, you don't have the budget. The end result is going to have an impact on your all other creditors because they're budgeting for something they don't have. One of the interesting things, if you look at Johannesburg has got 97 billion rand, bigger than the budget of Limpopo. Limpopo as a province has got 92 billion rand. Johannesburg has got 97 billion rand. It has got the biggest budget than any of the other metro in the country. But if you to look at Johannesburg's capital budget, it's less than any other metro in the country. What explains that? What explains that? So I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's all very well, but we've got to work together to achieve these issues. Then one honorable member said provinces have got early warning systems they need to take to make sure that the municipalities concerned perform. On a number of occasions, for instance, members called Mafuba. Mafuba's account was closed because of the pension fund. They got an indictment in court. A number of municipalities are being taken to court by Kakhalika, and we end up being, by default, being mayors. Now, all I'm trying to say, we need a collective effort of all of us to make sure that these municipalities perform. We are more than happy to look at what are the other instruments available other than, for us, no one is happy to withhold an equitable share. For us, it should be the last resort when all other things have failed. Take the issue of the unauthorized expenditure. And other members made a point correctly, in my view, that then we need to make sure that MPACs are properly equipped. Here's a dilemma. Even where MPACs are working, for their work to be successful, you need a council to ratify the decisions, which will make sure that there's consequence management. In most of these councils, people don't convene the council. The TRICO does not convene the council. For MPACT to come into the council, make proposal on what should be written off and what consequence management must take place. Now, a municipality lose nothing by calling a council and listening to the proposal of the MPAC so that we reduce the unauthorized expenditure. Lirato from Salga says, no, these are increasing. They're increasing precisely because councils are not sitting to correct them. Let me just give you Tshwane has moved from 23 billion rand of unauthorized expenditure and so on to about 7 billion now, because Tshwane has focused on making sure that they call the MPAC, make decisions and write off. And as a result, that has happened. All of these things require sometimes not money, they require the municipality to be doing just the right things. So I'm saying accountability is an issue. We will look into how these things are, these instruments, we'll look at possible instruments. Consultation, yes. In the last budget forum, we said to Salga, it's going to be difficult to negotiate with Salga, but we can inform Salga on time, which we are committed to do. But we're required by law to interact with the relevant municipalities and with the relevant accounting officer. If we negotiate, we interact with the municipality via Salga, we can't hold them to account because they will say, we have never explained, we have never spoken to us. So by law, we are required to talk to the specific municipalities that are affected. By and large, we accept, no one is proud to impose this thing. But if honorable members were to give us different instruments that we can utilize to achieve the same objectives, we're more than happy to do that. But we want to emphasize that we have not at any stage of this thing bypassed parliaments, because we have throughout every stage sent letters to the presiding officer for the presiding officer to make sure that they can trigger the relevant committees to convene in terms of the requirement of Section 39 of the MFA. So we are quite keen to whatever has happened. What we would suggest, it would be useful that we know the rules of the game, and the rules of the game will only happen once there's a joint rules which guide us on how to implement Section 216. Section 216 is specific into misconduct of municipalities. It does not say we should not share equitable the national raised revenue, but it also provides an instrument where for misbehavior is in Section 216, which is and also been added in terms of Section 38. So what we would urge members is that when we send letters, surely the presiding officer must be able to promptly inform members and act, but we are not required to wait for comments. The Act says we must trigger, and then Parliament then can intervene and stop us. We will respond and accept accountability if Parliament says to us no. So, Honorable Chair, we thank all the contributions. I'm saying all of us are in a learning phase. We've got all of us to check what is the regulatory framework. If it is not explicit, how do we make sure that we can refine the regulatory framework to assist us to achieve the objectives of making sure that we can achieve the proper governance in municipalities. In the Audit Act, which was amended by Parliament, by the way, the Audit Act provides certain actions the Auditor General can take on individuals. I think we may have to look at different instruments and amend the legislation which will empower us to focus on individual. For now, the instrument that it is giving us is what honorable members are saying is a blunt instrument. But if we need to have focus on specific individuals, which we would like, by the way, we can explore, for instance, on the pension funds. The failure of the municipalities not to transfer pension funds is a criminal conduct. We may have to explore in those circumstances, not withholding the equitable share, but the whole to lay criminal charges against individuals. We are exploring all those options. The key issue, Chair, which I think needs to be done, a number of structural problems have been raised. We need to have a discussion of a different kind, not a Section 216 discussion, but a discussion what says, what are the key cost drivers in municipalities? Why are we here? What is the problem? So that all of us have a common understanding what the problems are. And that discussion, in my view, would be a useful starting point so that we have a shared vision of why municipalities, we have this challenge in certain municipalities and in others we don't have. That, to me, would be a useful discussion so that when we take action, there's a common understanding why are we acting in the manner we do. We may have a different understanding of what the key drivers of the problem are and therefore respond in the manner we do. Lastly, Mbendle is of a different nature. Mbendle is of a different nature. Mbendle owes National Treasury for the money that was given to them, and they used it not for the purpose it was for. And therefore, National Treasury had to then withdraw funds that were not utilized for the same purpose. It may well be that, I'm not saying that it is creating problems for Mbendle, something we're looking into, but it's of a different range. Again, it's a misuse of funds. We are giving them a grant for something else, they go and use the money elsewhere. And that question is not posed as to where did that money go to? Nobody knows. So I want to end there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Madiba. Thank you very much. Let's move to Ubab Hlabisa.
Thank you very much, honorable co-chairs, honorable members, honorable minister. Honorable Chair, as I said in the beginning, we share a common view with Minister Kotongwana and with honorable members on the matter of compliance. Municipalities adopting unfunded budgets are committing lies to the public. The unauthorized, irregular, fruitless, and wasteful expenditure should be dealt with. We fully agree on that one. And secondly, on accountability and consequence management, we fully agree. And I want to agree with the minister when he said probably we need to have a discussion so that we come up with a shared vision, a shared direction, so that when we implement the instrument, we have covered the blind spots. And we may not even need to implement the instruments because constant support, engagement, all of us, portfolio members, premiers, MECs, COGTA and finance at a provincial level, and Minister Treasury and COGTA National, if all of us, we work together timelessly, as we are going to focus on the second equitable share, we will be mindful. There are elections on the 4th. You would need about 30 days to constitute local councils and district councils. Surely, any withholding of equitable share in December should not be contemplated if you look at the timing. But constant support from now can set a tone to manage the transition and ensure where there is non-compliance, you come closer, use other means to drive people towards compliance, because with constant cooperation of all spheres, we will definitely understand what is the problem and what is the best solution to deal with the problem. Fourthly, let's hold all three spheres of government accountable. Whoever owes someone must get a similar treatment in terms of paying the person that is being owed. A collaborative approach, honorable co-chairs and honorable members, as we have agreed with National Treasury. And this collaborative approach should even include the honorable members, because we all live in these municipalities. So now we need a joint program in making our municipalities work for our people. And lastly, I think out of the July 2026 withholding and stopping, we learned, and the experience must guide us going forward so that we do not find ourselves sitting and apportioning blame from one to the other. But next time we must be saying, out of July 2026, stopping and withholding, whatever way one may argue, but the lessons we learned avoided such a discussion in future, but opened an opportunity that in future, post-December, when we meet, we should say we made it to make our municipalities accountable, and where consequence management is needed will be applied. As I said, honorable co-chairs, we are targeting from COGTA point of view, and we will be working with National Treasury, the review of budgets in January, February. Mind you, it will be new councils. In some of them, it will be new leadership altogether. And you need to be understanding that if you say, when you review your budgets, remove the nice to have, but accommodate the space between new councils and the budget review. And then if we start working towards the July 1, 2027, 2028 financial year, collectively, all of us, we can pin down our municipalities to adopt funded budget, and we can even remain with a very small figure with bloated establishment, which there is no way you can force them in July 2027 to adopt funded budget. And the last group could be 2028 July. And then we say over a period of 2 years, we have reached the adoption of funded budget, and then we stick on compliance, consequence management. In 2 years down the line, after the new council, we can have fully functional council, but collaborative approach will be the way to go. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sabisa. Let's move to Councillor Dechal. Salka.
No, thank you very much, coaches. I think from where Salga is, the closing remarks are very much encouraging, coaches, because listening to honorable members engaging and putting us correct and right, all of us who are stakeholders, one has come to a simple understanding that moving forward, it is our collective responsibility as public office bearers that whatever decision we take, we must remember that we have a collective constituency called the masses of our people. I think that is something that has gone through a majority or significant number of our honorable members of committees. So, meaning ourselves, SALCA, COGTA, and Treasury in particular, we have a collective responsibility to move from the same hymn book, as the Minister of Finance was saying. The same hymn book, Minister, is that we serve the same constituency. Whatever consequence management and accountability processes must never at any given time compromise that constituency, because if it loses that confidence in our democratic processes, then the whole democratic edifice will collapse. So it is important that we remember, all of us collectively, coaches, that's where we move from. Secondly, as SALCA, we are in agreement that it is our collective duty to make sure that local government functions. But SALCA, we must remember, honorable members, that we are in a receiving organization, meaning we don't make decisions. So it's good that we're going to the elections. We're calling on this leadership, because they lead also political parties, that sufficiently qualified, strategically driven leadership must be identified as the primary intervention to reboot and redirect local government. Because one is of the opinion, as Salga has always stated, that if you have strategic leadership at the level of mayors in particular, it's very rare that institution can go astray. So we are calling on our different leadership who are here, that as they go back to finalize their lists, it is important to say local government is facing a crisis. What kind of leadership can we produce to stem that tide and ensure that moving forward, we're able to have a leadership that will be up to the task and responsibility of redirecting and refashioning the direction of local government. Finally, I'm in agreement with all members to say it is important that moving forward, number one, how we demarcate, as one honorable member has said, demarcate municipalities must not create or recreate apartheid spatial spaces that confine the certain group or demographics of our people to municipalities that will be perpetually failing. Because it's no use to have a municipality that is completely unable to have the necessary revenue streams or basis and expect it to function financially. That will be wrong. That will not be a good intervention. So moving forward, we must, as indicated by the two ministers, look at the overall reason, the basic reason that creates failing municipalities, other than looking at instruments to solve them, rather look at what makes them to fail moving forward. Then that, to me, as SALCA, we are stating that point, because if we collaboratively look into these underlying situations, I'm very much confident that we'll be able to solve these problems and create functional local government that will make democracy and our people to feel that finally they have governance that is able to step up and be able to meet their constitutional requirement and their mandate that the masses are giving to them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Majoro. Dr. Mbaba, FFC.
Yes, thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you. Let me appreciate the comment, maybe from Honorable Ryder. Are we, as the Commission, saying that the minister acted unlawfully? No. The Commission's submission is about the procedure that must accompany the exercise of that power. The power is not absolute. So there is a procedure. The procedure is two-legged. There is the executive who exercise that power, and then there is the legislature who exercise that power. Together, they make Section 216 powerful. Only the executive acting on its own, then the 30-day limit will actually weaken the implementation, because it will engender malicious compliance from the municipalities. They will just sit out the 30 days, 29 days, they'll wait, and then on the 30th, they will get their money, because there is no parliamentary enforcement. So what we're saying is the Commission is that implement Section 216 in its entirety. All parties must play their part, and then you will have a powerful tool. That's what we're saying. So nobody acted unlawfully. Everybody is playing their part, but everybody must come to the fore and exercise their power. So Parliament, as a parliamentarian, you have a duty to exercise your mandate when Section 216 is being implemented. What is your mandate? To review that decision and to make sure that there is administrative justice, that there was proper implementation of this tool. That is your role as a member of Parliament, to actually exercise your Section 39. So in this instance, if we continue implementing Section 216 in the absence of Parliament, when Parliament is in recess, then the tool will only be effective only so much, because it will be cut off by time. In 30 days' time, the tool will no longer be relevant, and any withholding after 30 days in the absence of any parliamentary interrogation of that decision, it makes the whole thing null and void. And the money must be paid back to all municipalities regardless of their compliance status. So we don't want that. We want Parliament to review the decision and validate the decision. If it's correct, then they can extend the decision actually to 60 days, to 90 days, to 120 days. But only Parliament can do that, not the executive. That's what we're saying. Let's follow the law. Now, we know that in December, we might have some further stoppages. So between now and then, what are we going to do to ensure that the process is understood by all parties and that the sequence is followed? So that is now what needs to be clarified, that any stoppages must happen when Parliament is there, and that Parliament must be able to have time to look at the decision within those 30 days. Also, very important now, we also know, honorable members, that the same procedural safeguards will also have to apply when the provincial equitable share, if at all it's being withheld. We need to also apply the same rules. So we need to clarify those rules now, because if we withhold the provincial equitable share, then there is a process as well, which also speak to Section 76 process, which needs to be implemented. So we need to implement the legislation in its full capacity, ensuring that all players come to the fore. So in our view then, what needs to happen now is that now that we have a heads up of what can happen in future, in December, further withholdings, or what we want to call stoppages, because that's what it's called in the legislation. It's actually a stoppage. Withholding is only applicable for conditional grants. When it comes to unconditional grant, it is a stoppage, because that's what the legislation calls it. So if we have a stoppage again in December, we should not be where we are now. The outcome should be different. Otherwise, we're going to have the same outcomes where others will comply, others will not comply, and then in the final analysis, everybody will just get back their money, regardless of compliance. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mbava. Thank you, leadership, for your responses to the question by members and the comments. We are all agreeing as part of the way forward that National Treasury should take a decision, a swift decision, to penalize those who are owing municipalities. Then that action, even though there are issues or disputes with municipalities, but there should be a particular percentage that National Treasury emphasizes that at least municipalities should be paid such a threshold whilst disputes are still being looked at, because municipalities, for their survival, they need what is due to them. Secondly, the spirit in which we have taken the project of 2010 World Cup should now be migrated to the LEDs, which will stimulate economic growth in local municipalities and metros. The investment on infrastructure, the support, the full support that is required for municipalities to stimulate such economic growth should now be put there so that people can get employment, can get economic opportunities, and in return, they will be able to pay for the services in municipalities. I think we are not doing enough in terms of supporting the LEDs as municipalities. They are the centers and the engineers of economy in our country. So we need that concerted efforts from national, provincial, up to the local sphere of government. Lastly, it is also important, honorable members, that the issues that the National Treasury is raising through our constituency work, through our oversight committees, we need to intensify oversight so that municipalities do adhere to all the pieces of legislation that governs their existence. Lastly, we must also pursue the issue in relation to the intended stoppage, if it's intended in December, that in preparation for the new local government that is coming after the 4th of November, let not be any stoppage, but instead, let's have support. Let's intensify consequence management. Let's support municipalities instead of withholding the equitable share at the present moment, because we are now preparing for the new administration to come in after the election. So let's look forward to work together. I don't think that this was the game of blaming each other, but we are reinforcing all efforts, supporting National Treasury in terms of enforcing the pieces of legislation that governs the existence of municipalities. On the other side, the end users, which are communities, should not be affected by the decisions that we are taking in terms of service delivery, because Section 152 of the Constitution compels municipalities to render services to communities in a sustainable manner. So that on its own, it requires that we need to balance as we apply other sections of the Constitution, but there are other sections which guarantees the rights of communities to access basic services and other services. So we are looking forward to continue engaging on these matters, but also the bulk services and tariffs that are imposed by NESA, as well as the water boards, needs to be looked at very closely, because sometimes they do not take into cognizance the economic conditions that we are faced with as a country, and the growth and the inflation of our economy, that it's making it difficult for municipalities to be able to service such debt. So it's important to work together so that we look at other alternative ways instead of putting more challenge to municipalities, but also to look at how can we best handle the issue of tariffs in the nation. So with that, we wish to thank all honored members, the ministers, deputy ministers, and the DGs, officials, and the commission for your contributions. And this meeting have come to an end, but let me hand over to you, Chair, if there are closing remarks on your side, the co-chair. But thank you very much for participation and contributions. Honorable Ndlovu.
Yes, Co-Chair, thanks very much to Honorable Minister Godongwana, Honorable Minister Tlhabisi, and Deputy Minister Dr. Mbava, and Saranga leadership, also Datelejiga. Also, thanks very much. The officials, honorable members who also participated in today's meeting, the briefing by the stakeholders that were here. Thanks very much for your participation. We hope that there will be another session. Hopefully it can be only the finance or only the COGTA, but we hope that the discussion will continue, and to make sure that at the end of the day, all of us will come to a conclusion. And by so saying, thanks very much, Co-Chair, and thank you. The meeting stands adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.